Welcome to the Defcon 28 Safe Mode, and this is the launch of Voting Machine Hacking Village at Defcon. This is the fourth time we are at Defcon, and this has been every year. It is a hassle to get everything running. This year we have been doing something we have never done before, trying to go virtual in just a few months' time. It has been a tremendous amount of work, and so many people have been helping us to get this done. We are here in Quantico and the Quantico Cyber Hub, Voting Village, along with the ICS Village and a couple of other villages. We are operating our backend from the same central location so that we can help each other and support each other through this whole exercise. It's very nice, again, to be back in Defcon. This is really a weird experience because we are not meeting in a meet space instead of in a virtual space. I certainly hope next year we will be able to, again, have our controversies, have our disagreements, and our wonderful beers over a physical space and do it that way. Before I start to introduce what this year is going to bring, let me first of all thank Mary Hanley. She is behind the scenes helping to organize this whole thing. My two co-organizers will have a little bit of word. Unfortunately, I will need to speak on behalf of one of the co-organizers because he is home and unfortunately so ill that he felt that coming to video call is too much a hassle at the moment. But let's start from Maggie, MacAlpine, one of the co-organizers. Maggie, if you want to give a word.
Yeah, thank you all so much for joining us. This is obviously a really crazy year, but maybe it's going to be a really good year. It's going to be really interesting to see what Defcon Virtual is like. Obviously, this is a very important year from election perspective. You may have heard there's going to be an election later this year. So we hope that you will find our talks interesting and engaging, and we hope they will make you want to vote even harder than ever. That is definitely going to be really important this year. So thank you so much for joining us. Please have patience as we build this airplane in the sky. We think we've got a really great lineup for you, and we're just really excited to have been able to meet you virtually this year and to just in general be able to share what we can of the voting village with you. And I'll turn it over to Dan.
Well, the next person to be introduced is Dan Weber. Previous years, we have been really running this mostly out of our own pocket, and we haven't had a non-profit of our own to support our operation. This year, it changed. We have finally completed the incorporation of non-profit supporting the Voting Village, Election Integrity Foundation. Dan Weber is a co-organizer of the Voting Village, but also the CEO of our non-profit Election Integrity Foundation. Dan.
Thank you, Harri. Hey guys, it's a pleasure and honor to be here and talking to you guys today. It's really important this year from election integrity. Not that it's more important any other year, but with everything going on in the world and such, there's just a heightened sensitivity as well as a need to get out there and to volunteer, be part of the process. If you can get people out to vote, that's great. If you can go and become a poll worker, that's even more important. Because, with the aging population and folks and that, they're just not able to come out. And so, get out there and volunteer for it. We're very privileged. HBO, if you probably have seen it, if not, go to @VotingVillage.DC and that you'll find the link. They've opened up the movie Kill Chain, of which both Harri and Maggie are part of and such, for a free viewing for all of Defcon. So until Sunday night, 11:59. PM, they've allowed us to go out and do that. Visit us at ElectionInteg, which is a Twitter hashtag for it and such, and be part of it. Part of our goal and mission is to continue to do these voting villages, to do education, get out there and teach folks about, cybersecurity around the election and participate with other communities and such that are out there. And so we really appreciate the support and you bearing with us this year as we've gone into safe mode with Defcon here at the Voting Village. Thanks so much, guys.
Sorry. Yeah. So as we are now official nonprofit, we also are doing a little fundraising by selling swag. There's a link in our Discord where you can choose which kind of swag you might want to buy if you want to support our ongoing effort to educate people on cyber warfare and cyber security on election and election security on whole outside of cyber, because we're talking a lot about election security measurements and educating which are in the physical space instead of cyberspace.
And a quick shout out to Mara Williams for doing our art this year. It's really incredible, really beautiful stuff.
And last but not least, I mean, the movie which I mentioned it was filmed 3 years at Defcon, so you see a lot of familiar faces from Dark Tangent to Dr. Mouse in the movie. So I hope you join us for us. And now, unfortunately, Matt Place, one of the co-founders and co-organizers, said he's very excited. We have worked very hard for this. He has been having a unspecified, hopefully not corona, and he is home in condition that I spoke with him just before this, and he wanted me to express how excited he is and how he's regretting that at this point of time he didn't feel that doing a video call would be possible because of how ill he is. So we certainly hope a speedy recovery and that everything turns out the best possible way. And we truly miss that he's not here with us, because Matt has always been, not only for our village, but Defcon and all the other conferences, such a huge amount of energy and encouragement and guidance how to get these things done. So this year, because it's election year, and this is an election year not only in the United States of America, but in a number of other countries. So we are so focused in the everything dominating cycle about US elections that we forgot there are a number of other important democracies who are equally having a bellwether and shedwater election this year, still this year. So let's keep in mind, we are all in this together as a democracies. We all are facing similar challenges. We all have similar kind of attacks against our systems and our governance. So whatever we are
we're going to have a few talks about that, but more about that later. First of all, I would like to introduce a follow-up of our last year started Unhack the Ballot initiative. Unhack the Ballot, which we started last year, was never intended to be a one-off. It's ongoing, and the concept in its heart is to provide election officials, local election officials, who are under-resourced and have limited access to knowledge and expertise, access to the local area, willing, patriotic, wherever they are, hackers and security researchers who can provide them information, guidance, advice, valuation of what they have been proposed. So we started that last year because 2020 is such an important election year in the US, and we are facing a unique set of problems. We were not preparing the coronavirus. We have to, right now, a lot of things has to be changed and implemented from practices from another state have to be implemented over the board, see how that fits to the local laws and practices. We started an initiative called Cybersecurity. Cybersecurity this year is starting right now and ending up the election. This is a one-off initiative and project, making that unhacked ballot as efficient as possible for this election year. We have been calling volunteers, and we have in the Discord channels for the cybersecurity, both in text and in video. We have been calling volunteers who want to help their local election officials. And we have always obviously offered also the local election officials who need to have help to identify self and tell us what they think would be the best resources they would need to have, or want to have. Bearing in mind that sometimes they don't even know, unfortunately, exactly what they need, but that's part of the learning experience. We had in our head a false image. We think that there is an election office, and the election office has an IT department, and the IT department has a security practice. That is very much not true in most of the United States, and most of the world actually, but especially not most of the US. There is an election office, and they might have 1 or 2 IT people part-time and volunteers. No security practice whatsoever. Security, if it's existing, is outsourced. It comes from organizations who are volunteering help, like Department of Homeland Security, or volunteers and companies who are selling them services, but they really don't have in-house expertise. And if you look, since Help America Vote Act 2002, how much new technology has been pouring in, you really should have an IT department which happens to do elections, and not the other way around. So local election officials need help, and they don't have funds, they don't have resources, they don't have access to the expertise. So we are here to help and make sure that any way we can, we will pair knowledge to the people who need to have the knowledge. And local election officials, they're working really hard, they're good people. They are in an impossible situation. Impossible situation because of the asymmetric nature of cyber war. Every other war we fight, land, sea, underwater, air, space, are natural domains with the natural laws of physics. Cyber is a man-made domain. It's inherently borderless, inherently symmetric. And in that environment, they are fighting a war. If the foreign nation would have a land invasion with the tanks coming to US, you wouldn't ask the local sheriff, please stop them. In reality, that's what happens in local election officials. They are the last and only line of defense, massively underfunded, and they are dealing with the nation state, highly motivated attacks. So please join us in that initiative in Discord. Also, please join us in the Election Integrity Foundation and tell what Election Integrity Foundation can do to help you, especially when we look at education, etc. Please join us with the Kill Check movie on the movie night. Speaker track will start right after this talk. And speaker track this year, because we are virtual, we have turned this to be a little bit different tone than last year's. Last year's, because after the talks, we have been able to have a debate on the hallways and the room, and you can get feedback. There's a lot of opportunities. We don't have that this year. The speakers have no way of knowing whether their talk was well received or not at the time the talk is over or immediately after that, because this is a one-way street right now in most of the cases. So we are here to help. So this year we have been deliberately inviting speakers who are proposing or asking comments for ideas, which has been largely rejected by security community, controversial speakers who come with a package and are wanting to have a feedback or are offering in a data set for research. So what we want to do, we invite the same way as in Defcon, we are going to normally Defcon, we are compiling annual report. And in this year, the annual report will have a bigger section about the speaker track talks than normal years. We are inviting feedback in short form or in long form, with your name to be quoted, with your handle only, or completely anonymous. Feedback, comments, short form, long form, for all the talks. And from those, we will compile into the annual report for the speakers, for the community in large. What were the guidance, what were the thoughts from the greater security community around the world, and especially in the US. So we are welcoming that, and this is something which we saw the opportunity because we go to virtual, where we can do something which we wouldn't have been doing when we were in person. Again, since we are doing this way, this year, as always, but especially this year, being selected as a speaker is not endorsement by us that we are behind the speaker or the ideas. We don't stand in that. Instead, we are saying there's a lot of things that we need to talk about and what we need to be educating each other. So please provide your feedback. In the case there's a research, please provide your research. We have given you all in the documentation, in the speaker track documentation and our onboarding guide, links how to find everything. And the idea, again, is you can provide the feedback in any mode, long form, short form, anonymous, handle, or name, or background information without quotation at all. We are actually asking if you want to be quoted, even if you are anonymous. So please provide us feedback, we will compile it. And since we don't have the normal physical hacking going that much, the report will be more about that. We also encourage, because people have from last year's, all the things and information which you have extracted from the physical devices we have, all that research is hopefully going to resume. And once there's outcomes of those research, we are more than willing and we are welcoming and we are almost begging, please send that information and we will compile it to our annual report. Last but not least, this year, because of the nature of this pandemic and situation, we are quickly changing the gears. There have been a lot of debate out on the media, a surge of interest. We have all probably been exposed about the controversy over mail-in balloting. There is again these ideas about internet voting or mobile phone voting or blockchain voting, ideas which are not only rejected by the security community, but also over and over demonstrated in academic papers and peer-reviewed papers. Why this is not an implementation issue, this is a fundamental issue which we don't think there's a solution in the foreseeable future how these technologies can be implemented. So we have talks which are explaining how you run elections in this environment, what are the mechanisms you use to increase the trust. One of those being a paper last week published about how the ballot marking devices are unauditable. So why that technology, even when it provides a piece of paper, actually is not trustworthy. That would have been a bigger part of the debate if we would be voting more in person in a polling place. Nevertheless, that is a rolling in new technology. We will be having talks about tools, how you can check and communicate with about your own elections with the centralized resources, find help and validate if what you have seen is something which should be further investigated and should be further reported. We are always talking about risk limiting audits as a method of validating that the outcome of the election has picked up the right winners. Risk limiting audit is a low labor mathematical method which allows a huge public participation and transparency. The method is about proving that the election outcome is right, not that every single last vote is counted accurately, because that it never happens really, and it doesn't matter if the election is still proven to have the right results. And as always, we are going to have conversations about what are all the ways we can do to improve and get this better. So we have the channels opened. I hope, since I'm on the podium, I can check 20 minutes ago. We have a channels there to ask staff. We are here to help. We can make changes. If you have an idea, if you have a project which you want to quickly introduce to other people, we do have a video and voice channels. Contact staff saying, I would like to make a mini talk. And I have this research project, I have these results, I have this image file I want to look at. Whatever it is you want to ask us, can we do this? Please send us a note. We will figure out the time slot. We will put you into one of the video channels and we will make announcement on the announcement channel that this new activity is going to be introduced. Whatever we can do to help make this more enjoyable for you, make more, leverage your knowledge, make this to be better experience, more educating experience, let us know. Whatever we can do, we are here to help. And again, this is, no one of us has been here before. One thing I can guarantee, this is not going to be a smooth ride. So bear with us and forgive us in ahead that there will be glitches, there will be something going wrong. And if you see something, say something, same as every year. Let us know what went wrong immediately so that we can try to fix it as it happens. We have a whole back infrastructure enabling us to, in a quite speedy manner, to address a lot of technical issues and address a lot of things which you might come up with. And of course, you know, if you have new ideas, facilitate those. So be active with us because we want to be active with you. We are here to help. Without further ado, I probably forgot something I should have said, but without further ado, I hope you have a safe and you stay safe. You have a safe Defcon 28 safe mode. Thank you.
This year at the Voting Village, we're compiling audience feedback on our speaker track. If you have comments or feedback on any of our speakers' presentations, please reach out via Discord or email votingmachinevillage@gmail.com. Further details can be found on Discord or via Twitter at Voting Village DC. Our first keynote speaker today is Representative Jackie Speier. Congresswoman Speier represents California's 14th congressional district, which stretches from the southern portion of San Francisco through San Mateo County to East Palo Alto. She's a recognized champion of women's rights, privacy, and consumer safety, as well as an avowed opponent of government inefficiency and waste. In 2012, she was named to Newsweek's list of 150 fearless women.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jackie Speier, a member of Congress from the 14th District in California, and I'm delighted to join you via this conference setting in a virtual manner for Defcon's Voting Village again this year. I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am to this effort each year, and a special shout out to Harri, Hursti, and all of you who have weathered many storms to make sure that the Defcon conference and the Voting Village could continue to move forward. There is nothing more precious in our country than the right to vote. And to have it in any way manipulated is the grossest act of war. And we don't talk about that in terms of what Russia did in 2016, but it was, for all intents and purposes, an act of cyber warfare. So what you do is critical to maintaining our democracy. And I hope that all of you think of yourselves as patriots, because you are. And it is pursuing this patriotic duty to make sure that the right to vote remains preeminent in this country, and that it is free from manipulation is what is truly very, very important. So the integrity of our election system has, I think, for a number of years been subject to the impacts of those who want to do damage to us. And I have been concerned about it. I've worried about it. I've spent time talking to Harri about it. I've actually co-sponsored conferences where Defcon could come to the Capitol and make their case to the members and staff. And Harri has been one of the preeminent speakers on those occasions. And frankly, he scared the living daylights out of me the first time I talked to him because it made me realize how pervious, how easy it is to have these machines be co-opted because there isn't some national standard. We have always allowed states to develop their own systems, and so many counties have their own systems, and the number of machines and types of machines have varied. One thing I think we've all come to realize is the importance of a paper trail. Without a paper trail, the ability to act with impunity is indeed very great. On the issue of threats to our elections, I'm a member of the House Intelligence Committee, so I've spent many years now observing this particular issue. And I spend many an hour hearing from experts on Russia and its tactics and its interests. During the Cold War, the Kremlin was very interested in sowing discontent, disrupting our relations with European countries, discrediting opponents of the Soviet Union. And as I describe all of these things, it sounds pretty familiar, doesn't it? Because that is Vladimir Putin. He was a KGB operative. He runs the Kremlin as if he is still the head of the KGB. And all of his colleagues, those closest to him, the oligarchs, all were from his early days in St. Petersburg and in the KGB. So much of that mentality continues to infiltrate the theories and objectives of Russia today. So we have had some really remarkable things happen because of the digital connectivity that has grown over the last 20 or 30 years. Accessing government services, we do digitally now. Engaging in commerce is becoming more and more an e-commerce activity and not a retail brick and mortar store activity. Advancing our education is done online in many respects today, and in midst of COVID, it's the only way that we are able to provide educational experiences for our young people. But with all of this greatness that has become associated with the connectivity that we have through cyber, also has come some really great challenges for our democracy, and probably the greatest challenge in our history. Countries like Russia and China and even Iran now is looking at opportunities to do us harm on one level or another. So it's very important that we recognize that we have work to do in this field. No longer are our adversaries separated from us by oceans. In fact, they're at our doorstep virtually every day because they can. And because we have not developed a robust level of cyber hygiene that is important on every level of government and commerce as well. We do know that Russia has been very successful. The Senate Select Committee on Intelligence found in their report that in 2016, all 50 states, I repeat that, all 50 states were targeted by the Russian interests in 2016. And for example, in Illinois, Russian cyber actors gained enough access to the voter files in Illinois that they could delete or change voter data. So, I mean, you can imagine what they can do if they were able to do that in 2016. I'm certain that they have improved their skills, and it's incumbent on us in each of our states to make sure that our systems are not going to be subject to those kinds of intrusions moving forward. In March of this year, social media companies, in conjunction with Grafika, were able to identify a Russian Internet Research Agency activity where they had taken it one step further, gotten that much smarter, and were using legitimate third parties in Ghana and Nigeria to be able to move their messages forward. So that particular operation used authentic and fake accounts to post almost exclusively on racial issues in the United States, promoting Black empowerment and often displaying anger towards white Americans. Their interest is to create chaos, to divide our country, and unfortunately, much like the president does in many of his press conferences. And we all should be concerned about the fact that the President of the United States has not found it appropriate to call out Russia for putting bounties, if in fact we can believe what has been reported in the New York Times and other news outlets, putting bounties on US service members by paying Taliban, by believing Russia, by believing Putin in terms of his calling out and saying, no, we didn't do anything, when all the evidence is so strong and all of our intelligence agencies with high confidence were able to say that Russia intended to and did succeed in intervening in our elections. You know, I'm always reminded of the experience of Paul Manafort and his sidekick, Rick Gates, who met with Konstantin Kilimnik in a cigar private club in New York City, in which Paul Manafort turned over to Konstantin Kilimnik, a known intelligence officer within Russia, turned over campaign polling data. And that should have been it. That should have been enough for all of us to realize that there was an effort to coordinate the campaign of then candidate Trump and the Russian interference. So I think it's very important for us to recognize that Moscow hasn't gone away, that they intend to sharpen their skills and do whatever they can during this particular election. So mail-in voting. The president, unfortunately, continues to undermine mail-in voting, which has been with us for a very long time. He is attempting also to suggest that we should postpone the election. Again, another way to distract from what's really important right now. There's no ability, no power by the President of the United States to postpone an election. It's in the Constitution, it's by statute, and the House and Senate would have to act to do that. And there's no interest in either the House nor the Senate to postpone the election. And it's important to remember that in our history, not during the Civil War, not during 2 world wars, not during the Great Depression, not during the pandemic in 1918, did we postpone the election. We are not going to postpone the election this year. So our efforts to expand the opportunity that both the president and the First Lady, Melania Trump, have voted absentee in previous years. And if it's good enough for them, it should be good enough for every other American as well. A recent poll by the Pew Research Center found that 2/3 of Americans support absentee voting, and they think it should be available to any voter, and that you should not be required to have a doctor's order or request in order to have that. So it is certainly our intention to make sure that vote by mail is protected during this presidential election. There's also been arguments about voter fraud. You may remember that the president created back in 2017 and 2018 a commission to look at voter fraud. And then all of a sudden he disbanded it without much fanfare, but he disbanded it in part because they did not find any voter fraud of any degree that would have impacted any of our elections. So I think as we defend the right for every American to vote, we've got to make sure there's proper funding. And the CARES Act provided about $400 million to the states to prepare for the election cycle this year. And the HEROES Act, which has been passed by the House but not yet by the Senate, actually provides for $3.6 billion and has provisions to make sure that early voting will be able to continue, and that we have early voting that is available 15 days before the election, that there should be no excuse needed for vote by mail, and that we should start scanning ballots early so that there won't be the kind of wait come election day. So having said all of that, let me just say also that John Lewis provided us with some great messaging. He said it's important to get into good trouble. necessary trouble. And I think of all of you in this program as being part of making good trouble, to make sure that we have a heightened understanding of how pervious so many of our systems can be to those that want to do harm to our country. And sometimes, as John Lewis also said, the only way is to get in the way. And I think it's important for us to get in the way of any efforts by Russia or China or Iran or any other country that wants to do us harm, that we make sure that they cannot get in our way of retaining this democracy and protecting it for all future generations. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you. Remember that you are true patriots. You are a new generation of founding fathers and mothers who realize how important the vote is, and who recognize that we have an obligation to police our own internet, to make sure that hostile and hate speech and misogynistic speech is not tolerated, and that candidates who are running are not treated in a manner of disrespect that creates an environment where there is a suppression of vote because of the hate speech or the misogynistic speech. So I hope all of you have a phenomenal conference. I hope you will provide us in Congress more guidance. We are always open to your insights and recognize full well that you have much to offer all of us in the country. So bless you all, and congratulations again for yet another Defcon that will enlighten all of us. Thank you.
This year, we're compiling audience feedback on the Voting Village speaker track. If you have comments or feedback on any of our speakers' presentations, please reach out via Discord or email votingmachinevillage@gmail.com. Further details can be found on Discord or via Twitter @VotingVillageDC. Our next presentation is from Jody Westby. Ms. Westby is CEO of Global Cyber Risk LLC. Under Ms. Westby's leadership, Global Cyber Risk LLC has developed an international reputation as a boutique firm that provides first-tier advisory and technical services to corporations and nonprofit organizations focused on cyber risk assessments, incident response planning, cyber governance, and digital inventories and data mapping. She also serves as adjunct professor at Georgia Institute of Technology's School of Computer Science. Ms. Westby chairs the American Bar Association's Privacy and Computer Crime Committee, is co-chair of the ABA's Cybercrime Committee, and is serving her fourth term on the ABA President's Cybersecurity Legal Task Force. Ms. Westby speaks globally and is the author of several books and articles on cybersecurity, privacy, and cyber risk management. She's a professional blogger for Forbes and authors a regular column on cybersecurity issues for Leaders Edge magazine.
Hello, it's nice to be here. Thank you for joining this session. I'd like to talk today about a policy approach to resolving cybersecurity problems in the election process. One thing's for sure, after the coronavirus is no longer dominating the news, election security will come back to center stage, big time. It's not a complicated subject that it is a complicated subject that few people really understand, even election officials. So today I want to talk about the role that private sector companies play in the voting system, the vulnerabilities associated with their role, and discuss a path forward from the legal and policy perspective. So election security, it's really a private sector problem. Election security, it is so many aspects of it are performed by private sector companies. There are many avenues for tampering with an election, including changing votes, causing machines to malfunction, altering voter registration records, and disrupting equipment that's used to check in voters. The private sector companies play a large role in these activities, which we call the election process. The voter registration, the checking in, the voting, the polling, the tabulating of the votes, all that is called the election process. And the private sector companies sell the voting machines and program them for most elections. Yes, they program them for each individual election in most jurisdictions. They register voters, they tally votes, and they report votes. And there are vulnerabilities associated with their role that most people don't understand. They think that this is all something controlled by state and local election officials, and it is not. So today I want to talk about a path forward and how to solve this huge, complicated problem. There are many avenues for tampering with an election, including changing votes, causing machines to malfunction, altering voter registration records, and disrupting equipment used to check in voters. Let's look at the vulnerabilities in the voting equipment. In 2005, Harri Hursti performed the famous Hursti hack and successfully altered votes in a one-step hack that changed both the central tabulator results and the voting machine results tape. It was the digital equivalent of stuffing the ballot box. The election official who invited Hursti to check the Diebold AccuVote optical scan voting machines said he wouldn't have been able to detect the change and would have certified the election. Diebold is now owned by Dominion Voting Systems. None of the vulnerabilities found by Hursti were ever fixed. And these same machines are planned for use in 20 states in the 2020 election. Think about that. It's 2020 and he discovered this in 2005, 15 years later. That's crazy. A later model of the same voting machines with the same vulnerabilities was used in a hotly contested and disputed 2016 election between Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp in Georgia. So many of these systems that are using these machines are using machines with these vulnerabilities. In recent elections, 99% of votes in the US were cast or counted on computers. And many of the core election systems, voter registration databases, election management systems, voting machines, and vote counting systems are using aged computer equipment. The systems employ software that can no longer be updated or patched. They include databases that have known vulnerabilities, and they're managed by third-party vendors where supply chain risks exist. This is a big problem. Let's look at the cyber attacks on these private vendors. In 2016, Russia's military intelligence service penetrated VR Systems. VR Systems is the vendor that manages and handles all of the programming for the majority of the counties in Florida. And it handles all absentee ballots and early voting. We know of this penetration because an NSA contractor, Reality Winner, released a top secret report about it. And we later found out the FBI briefed election officials in Florida on a very secret basis. It was a year later that election officials around the country realized that Russia's military intelligence service had been penetrating VR systems and that perhaps their systems might also be vulnerable. In the 2016 elections, electronic voter ID systems in several states went down in certain precincts. Now, these are the systems that help identify a voter when they come in to vote. And these technical glitches, they called them, in the machines called hours-long waits for people who had come to the polls to vote. Hours-long waits. Some voters were unable to wait, and others could not vote before the polls closed. On Election Day in 2019, federal officials from law enforcement, Homeland Security, and the intelligence community issued a joint statement declaring that our adversaries want to undermine our democratic institutions, influence public sentiment, and affect government policies. Russia, China, Iran, and other foreign malicious actors all will seek to interfere in the voting process or influence voter perceptions. Wow. And it's true. We have a serious problem. We have governments from outside the US trying to influence our democratic processes. And we have voting machines and voter ID systems and private sector companies that have not presented any level of security and assurance that their processes and systems have integrity and are confidential. So we have a US Election Assistance Commission. And this commission is supposed to, help the election officials around the country. But it's perhaps the weakest link in the nation's voting system. The EAC is a bipartisan commission established by Congress in 2002. It maintains the National Mail Voter Registration Form. It accredits testing laboratories and certifies voting systems. And it serves as a national clearinghouse of information on election administration. In December 2016, Recorded Future reported that a Russian-speaking hacker named Rasputin was selling access to the EAC systems on the internet. Rasputin had full admin access to the database and could upload any file he wanted. He had lists of voting machinery, test reports of their software, and knew where they were deployed. An EAC employee whose credentials had been compromised said if Rasputin had access to the database, he could access the server where the proprietary information is kept. The EAC keeps information about vulnerabilities in voting systems. Thus, a hacker who gets into the EAC could find out where the weak links are in the voting systems all around the country. So let's look at the voting machine companies and what role they have played in this. They have been recalcitrant and arrogant. Researchers and cyber experts have found multiple vulnerabilities in the most used voting machines that would enable an attacker to gain full access to a system, change configurations, and install a modified operating system without election officials knowing. These vulnerabilities can enable hackers to change an election, shut the system down, enable remote execution of code, and offline ballot tampering. There are three primary vendors for voting machines: Electronic Systems and Software, known as ES&S, Dominion Voting Systems, and Hart InterCivic. We know there are vulnerabilities in most of the voting machines, but very little is known about the security of these companies' own IT systems. The companies that produce these voting machines, that are supposed to maintain them and produce them, and they are the underpinning of the core in our election process. Very little is known about the security of the companies that even manufacture these machines. Some voting machines are optical scanners, some have touchscreen voting, some use QR codes or barcodes, and others send votes in clear text back to vendors to be tallied. They can all be hacked or compromised. If almost all of the voting precincts in our clunky system use equipment from these vendors, an attacker only needs to hack the equipment to reach all of the voters. Unlike major technology companies, such as Apple and Microsoft, these vendors do not allow researchers to test their equipment and review their code to find vulnerabilities and bugs. The symbiotic relationship between tech software and hardware vendors and researchers helps them improve their products and keep them secure. But this is not happening when it comes to voting machine manufacturers. They will not let the researchers have access to their equipment. Voting equipment companies have been highly resistant to any review by the research community, claiming their systems are safe and secure. Yet they have failed to fix identified vulnerabilities in the voting equipment. They repeatedly claim everything is fine, we're all secure, this is a priority, we take this seriously, America's voting is just our basic concern, and they don't fix vulnerabilities that researchers have found for 15 years. They let their voting machines be out front and used for voting, knowing they have vulnerabilities in them. I guess they think no one's going to exploit them. But really, to cover that up and try to say they're all safe and sound, that's just wrong. So during the 3 years of the Voting Village's existence, I think most of you are familiar with Voting Village, none of the vendors have supported the effort, nor have they been willing to donate or offer equipment. While the researchers in the Voting Village, they're dedicated to this because, one, they want to help develop a community of cybersecurity experts in election security. There are not very many experts out there who know how to deal with election voting machines and cybersecurity problems and how to solve those vulnerabilities. And they also want to make the voting machines more equipment more secure by letting these vulnerabilities be known. The problem is the vendors are doing nothing about it. And apparently the election officials also are not requiring them to fix these vulnerabilities before they have another election. So that's a big problem. So I want to put forth a proposal to address this problem and achieve results. Certain actions can be taken at the federal level that will push a standardized approach out to state and local election officials and will require certain actions to be taken by private sector companies. Article 1, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution grants Congress the power to regulate the times, places, and manner of holding federal elections. Federal elections deal with elections of senators, representatives, and the president. Now, state and local election officials are responsible for conducting all elections, but they depend on infusions of federal funding to supplement their state and local funding. So state and local officials can't really afford to have separate equipment and systems, one for state elections and one for federal elections. So when federal election officials or federal election Congress mandates certain requirements for federal elections, they pretty much have to go along with those because they only have one system for voting. So therefore, if Congress sets requirements for federal elections and restricts the funding that these state and local election officials need to only those election agencies that adhere to federal requirements, we will begin to see consistent actions taken across the U.S. that will tighten cybersecurity in the election process. So this proposal that I want to go over with you today is such a proposal to have federal requirements set by Congress. The first would be to direct NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, to establish federal standards for cybersecurity. NIST is the entity in the government that has established all the federal information processing standards. It's established all of the cybersecurity best practices and standards that have been put forth by NIST that federal agencies have to adhere to, and certain federal contractors. So they have a deep bench of expertise in not only standards and cybersecurity, but in secure engineering practices. And it would be appropriate to direct them to develop federal standards for cybersecurity of our election system software, the infrastructure, and the hardware, all 3 levels that are used in voter registration, vote tallying, voter polling, and in the manufacturing, servicing, or writing of election parameters of voting machines and equipment. The first covers the systems, the infrastructure, the hardware, the software, the hardware, the network that they're using. What are the standards for that? Because that is used in registration in tallying and voter polling. Again, this isn't just one thing of one machine and go to the poll and vote. This is registering to vote. It's signing in and being ID'd. It is voting. It's tallying the votes. It's polling the votes, the voters, and it's reporting the votes. All of these actions are largely performed by private sector companies who we don't have any idea how their cybersecurity program is, whether it's mature or not. We suspect it's not very mature, but that's just a suspicion. But we should have a standard for saying it must meet these standards. Our democracy depends on it. That's worth a standard. And then we have in the manufacturing, the servicing of voting machines and equipment, absolutely. We want these vulnerabilities fixed. They need to be serviced and maintained and have integrity. The writing of election parameters means the programming of these machines. In most of the jurisdictions, the private sector companies program these machines for every single election. We need standards to govern how that's done. Second is we should direct NIST to establish a certification process for the security and integrity of election systems, software, infrastructure, and hardware, and associated components and modules of the election process. So there should be a certification process to make sure they're meeting the standards. Next, we should direct NIST to analyze the private sector's role in the election process and recommend any roles or functions that should be changed or restricted to public sector election officials. There are some roles being undertaken by private sector companies that perhaps should not be a private sector activity. Perhaps that role should be strictly a governmental function. But let's NIST analyze that in all of their work in establishing the federal standards and the certification process and recommend to Congress roles that should be perhaps reserved to the public sector. Next, we want Congress to pass a law restricting federal funding to election jurisdictions, to only those jurisdictions that, one, use such funding in a manner consistent with the NIST federal election standards, and those jurisdictions that require annual cybersecurity assessments by an independent third party of all the systems in the election process in accordance with the standards, that require annual cybersecurity assessments by a third party of all private sector companies involved in the election process in accordance with the NIST standards, and to make these assessments available to election officials contracting with them. A company may get a cybersecurity assessment, but it may not share it. We want these vendors to have to get third-party assessments every year and share those assessments with the election officials contracting with them. And we want the election officials to get third-party assessments of their systems in accordance with the NIST standards. This is what private businesses do every day. That's what's required of them. This is not asking too much of election officials or private sector vendors that support the democracy that this country has been built on. We also want federal funding restricted to those jurisdictions that establish requirements for post-election auditing of votes, at least on the level of risk-limiting audits, and to make the findings public. So restricting federal funding to only those jurisdictions that comply with the NIST standards, that conduct the risk assessments themselves, that make their vendors get the assessments, and that have post-election auditing. There's a precedent for this. Congress has passed laws in the past to restrict highway funds to only those jurisdictions that lower the speed limit to 55 miles an hour. Congress has restricted funds to only go to those school districts that would adjust their cafeteria menus to comply with the new recommended federal menu. There are numerous other examples, but Congress has in the past, in several instances, tied its federal funding to meeting certain requirements. There's nothing more important than having our federal funding tied to meeting the requirements that our vote counts, that every vote should be counted and it should be counted as cast. The American Bar Association, which represents over 400,000 attorneys, recently adopted Resolution 118, which calls for these exact measures. Cybersecurity best practices and standards can help because election security is not going to get solved overnight. But standing up a cybersecurity program for election systems that's in compliance with cybersecurity best practices and standards will be a first big step. Congress may not pass a law right away, but election officials should already be doing this. They should already be saying, we have NIST standards for cybersecurity programs. There are ISO standards. There's multiple standards out there for cybersecurity programs, and every single vendor should be adhering to those. They're not only using equipment with vulnerabilities, their own networks and systems are vulnerable as well. So it's time election officials step up and take action, even before Congress does. They should require, election officials should require election vendors to meet cybersecurity standards and best practices, conduct annual risk assessments of their program's maturity, and do what every other business would do, manage its risk. In addition, they need to follow the lead of California and other jurisdictions and hire experts to test the security of their voting machines and equipment, and then demand that vendors close any vulnerabilities found. Why are these officials letting machines with vulnerabilities that have been known for 15 years be used in their jurisdictions? That's crazy. They need to demand these vulnerabilities be fixed. And they need to join with each other nationally and ensure that those machines are not used in elections. So legislation and other reforms are needed, but election officials can achieve these things through their own direction and in legal agreements with their election vendors. And they should begin now and do as much as possible before November. Thank you very much.
This year, we're compiling audience feedback on our Voting Village speaker track. If you have comments or feedback on any of our speakers' presentations, please reach out via Discord or email votingmachinevillage@gmail.com. Further details can be found on Discord or via Twitter @VotingVillageDC. Our next presentation is from panelists Casey Ellis, Kimber Dowsett, Todd Beardsley, Jack Cable, and moderator Amelie Corin. Casey Ellis is the founder, chairman, and CEO of Bugcrowd. He's a 19-year veteran of information security, servicing clients ranging from startups to multinational corporations as a pen tester. He has also served as security and risk consultant and solutions architect. Most recently, he has worked as a career entrepreneur. Casey pioneered the crowdsourced security as a service model, launching the first bug bounty program on the Bugcrowd platform in 2012. Kimber Dowsett is the director of security engineering at Trust, a software infrastructure consulting firm, servicing both the public and private sectors. Prior to joining Trust, she served as director of infrastructure engineering at 18F, a federal agency providing digital delivery services housed within the General Services Administration, or GSA. She also served 6 years as a mission information specialist at NASA, securing instrument and ground systems at Goddard Space Flight Center. Todd Beardsley is the director of research at Rapid7. He has over 20 years of hands-on security experience. He has held IT ops and IT security positions in large organizations such as 3Com, Dell, and Westinghouse, as both an offensive and defensive practitioner. Today, Todd directs the myriad security research programs and initiatives at Rapid7. Jack Cable is an election security technical advisor at the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, as well as a security researcher and student at Stanford University. Jack is a top-ranked bug bounty hacker, having identified over 350 vulnerabilities in hundreds of companies. After placing first in the Hack the Air Force Challenge, Jack began working at the Pentagon's Defense Digital Service. Jack was named one of Time Magazine's 25 most influential teens for 2018. At Stanford, Jack studies computer science and launched Stanford's Bug Bounty program, one of the first in higher education. Our moderator for this presentation is Amelie Corin. She is a senior technical advocate at Splunk, focused on helping organizations transform, grow, and secure themselves in the ever-evolving world of technologies and their accompanying challenges. She arrived at Splunk after nearly 25 years as a technologist, from systems administration and engineering to executive technology leadership in various industries, academia, NGOs, and the government. In the last decade, she supported various federal agencies, leading various projects and initiatives, including modernization activities, cybersecurity policy, and security architecture and operations.
Hi, welcome to Election Security Part 2, The Infrastructure Strikes Back. My name is Amelie Corin. I will be your panel moderator for this session here. Little did we suspect that this set of panelists would be back together 6 months later to discuss where we are versus where we were when it came to election security and the upcoming November general election. Since then, to say it lightly, things have gone off the rails, given that you now see us via video in our pandemic past. We've had a highly contentious Democratic primary season, some technical glitches supporting such primaries, court cases regarding in-person voting, and enough various disinformation campaigns to last another election. One thing that hasn't changed is the lineup of our esteemed panel from ShmooCon. And tonight we have Kimber Dowsett, Casey John Ellis, Jack Cable, and Todd Beardsley. I will then let them introduce themselves with a short intro.
Hey, I'm Kimber. I am the Director of Security Engineering at Trust. That's Trust.works, a software infrastructure company based out of San Francisco that works with both the public and private sectors.
Hi, my name's Casey Ellis. I'm the founder, chairman, and CTO of Bugcrowd. We run crowdsourced security as a service programs, including vulnerability disclosure, bug bounties, crowdsourced pen tests, and so on. And yeah, great to be, unusual to be talking about this with all the additional content, but very good to be talking about it again.
Everyone, my name is Jack Cable. I am an election security technical advisor for the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is essentially the nation's risk advisors. We advise states and localities on the risks associated with different technologies, provide cybersecurity assessment services so that they can make the best decisions to have a safe and secure election. Besides my work at CISA, I am a student at Stanford and a security researcher.
Cool, and hi, I'm Todd Beardsley. I'm Director of Research at Rapid7, US-based cybersecurity company. I personally care a lot about elections. I am usually an election judge in Texas, and I have a deep background in hacking, offensive security, research, vulnerability analysis, stuff like that. And congrats to Jack for the level up since our last meeting.
He gets a bunch of power up points on that one. That's awesome. So we're going to break this down into 2 sections, I believe, unlike last time, but mainly kind of a catch up, a first section here about what has happened since February. So we have a couple of questions regarding that. And then obviously a section B, we're coming up on about 90 days till the general election. And you know, what we can do between now and then, since the timeline is definitely shorter, but also what kind of activities are going to be carried forward from them to the next elections, next primaries, or just in general lessons kind of learned. So with that, we have ourselves a first question here. So we find ourselves here again after 6 months, and there's been a lot going on that we didn't cover back in February. However, regarding one of the last takeaways from closing that panel, we noted it was important to engage your local board of elections. And with that, where do we stand?
Wow. Well, let me start this off. I engaged with my local board of elections by being an election judge. I ran a polling place not too long ago. We're recording this on end of July, so from me in this time stream, this was about 3 weeks ago. There was a special election and a runoff election combined here in Texas. It was pretty fun. I never knew that like wiping down voting, polling places would be so rewarding. I got to feel like I was battling COVID like every 5 minutes. Helping people out, helping people vote. And so like, and for that, at least for me, like I felt like I was doing something. I did notice through training and then on election day, the demographics have switched over quite a bit on who is working in the polls. Like it is very common normally to see a lot of retirees and just older people who are there to help out their communities in this way. I was not the youngest person at this polling place, which was first for me. So if you have the opportunity and the inclination and don't mind doing a whole lot of cleaning all day long, maybe volunteer to work in a polling place come November.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, what has happened since then, I think, in terms of rocking up and helping out, it's fair to say that any intention to do that would have been a little distracted by March and so on. But I think Todd's example of just doing what's needed, especially with the pandemic and the changes in operational considerations around actually running an election, still true. It's even more true now, I think, than it was. As the token non-citizen on the talk, I mean, this is even more foreign interference now than it was when we gave the talk at DC, because I'm actually in Sydney at the moment. But part of what we've been working on, what I've been working on, and a bunch of other people have been working on, is standardization of like how do we make adoption of vulnerability disclosure programs and the implementation of policy specifically for 2020 with all of the unique considerations this year has. How do we make those as easy as possible for the states and counties? So we updated a version of the language on disclose.io, which is our open source initiative to basically make it easy and make it as standardized as possible. That came out after the talk, and it's been good. I think, you know, at the very least, that's actually served to get a lot more people thinking about doing that. That maybe weren't before, because that kind of blocking function of how do I even engage with the hacker community in the first place was, I think, pretty difficult for a lot of people to even consider.
Certainly, to echo Casey's point there, I think, something I've been involved with and pushing for is states and vendors to establish these vulnerability disclosure policies. On the CISA side, we are releasing guidance to election officials in order to establish vulnerability disclosure policies, essentially saying, if you want to do this, this is the best practices that you can follow. A lot of that is drawn from CISA's directive, it's the Binding Operational Directive 2001, which is a draft directive that will require all federal agencies to start a vulnerability disclosure policy.
Yeah, that was a big deal, by the way. So
huge.
Yeah, I think, really looking forward to see that come out and see the positive security effects that can have all across the federal government. But of course, CISA doesn't have that same authority over states. So we're essentially putting out guidance, giving them the best practices and the resources they need to start this themselves if they want that. And then of course, besides that, just the own work I've been doing, I've clearly, not at the local level, but the federal level. And I think that there's really a lot of ability there to kind of have an impact at scale of working with all 50 states, working with a significant portion of the localities of the counties that are out there. So I think, it's a really great opportunity to be at CISA and have this kind of wide-ranging effort, wide-ranging effects that I'm not sure you can have anywhere else with election security.
And Kimber?
Yeah, I'll jump in. It works out well since Jack touched on Casey's point. I'm going to touch on Todd's point. The prompt was, what's happened since February, and the answer is a pandemic. So the reality of a lot of the election security things that we would normally talk about and that we will touch on today still rely on people being able to actually get to the polls to vote in states that aren't going to allow mail-in ballots. So I think it'll be a nice segue into a lot of the misinformation we're hearing about mail-in ballots. But to Todd's point, we can scream to the skies that mail-in ballots are perfectly safe and reasonable and actually help disenfranchised voters have a voice. But there are going to be some places that insist that folks go to the polls, and somebody's got to be there to man the polls, or we're going to end up in a different type of disenfranchisement, right? Where people are lined up for 20 hours because there's 3 poll workers, for thousands of people who want to vote. So it's important to know what's going on in your voting district. And if your voting district allows mail-in voting, great, cool. But if they don't, that's a perfect opportunity to get involved. And I understand that it's asking you to put yourself at risk too. And that sucks, right?
It is. Yeah.
That's where we're at.
I am shocked. I had a COVID test about 4 days after Election Day, and I am shocked I did not come up positive. But hey, turns out masks and hand cleaning and surface cleaning works. So.
Yeah, kind of the follow-up on this too is, obviously the curveball that we were thrown was the pandemic, and as Todd mentioned that, primarily a lot of the election workers, that were counted on by various precincts and states in general were retirees and those who, I hate to say it, but have more time in their hands. This is obviously going to be proving a challenge for staffing, and it runs headlong into the issues, obviously some of the disinformation that's been spread about mail-in voting. Are there any particular ways that we can kind of mitigate or address any of these issues that are novel? Obviously, we're running, headlong against, people pushing back on the mail-ins, but then we have the reality of, folks potentially exposing them to a deadly virus. I hate to run the gambit of talking about e-voting, but obviously there are other ways to, look at, potentially extending voting times, alternating places where people can vote to reduce exposure. Are there any other methods that potentially the EAC and others can address in this case?
In before blockchain.
Yeah, I wasn't throwing that out. You have to drink now. So
I mean, e-voting is a non-starter, right? Mm-hmm. Like we're recording this, and it is today, 97 days. By the time this airs, it'll be about 90 days before the election, and West Virginia is doing their thing, and good for them. But no one else is. I don't see anybody having any plans for that right now. Maybe someday in the future, e-voting will be a thing, but I think the easiest way to get people to the polls in states that don't have mail-in ballots is extending, early voting. I mean, that's a thing. Texas, I'm in Texas right now, so hooray, Texas. We're bad at mail-in ballots, but we're apparently really good at early voting. My voting day, my first day to vote in November will be October 13th. So that's a stupendous amount of time, way longer. And so that will help at least give people an opportunity to get into a polling place when maybe it's not so crowded. Last day of early voting is super crowded, and election day will be super crowded. So if you can vote in that early voting period, I strongly suggest you do. It doesn't help any of the IT problems that we talk about, and that nominally this panel is supposed to be about, but it does help the not getting COVID. So, which might be a little more important.
Kimber?
I want a +1 to the adding more polling places, because we know social distancing is huge to prevent the spread of COVID. Yeah. When we have communities like mine where there's one polling place downtown and then one local school, then we have basically the town split in half to go to these 2 polling places, and it gets kind of crazy. Holding people to districts, we see some gerrymandering, right? They'll draw a line right through the middle of the university so that half the university students think that they're supposed to vote at one place and it's really the other. So, if they're going to say no mail-in ballots, then why not say, but all the schools in a single district can vote, and if you're eligible to vote in one, you can vote in any of them, so that folks can at least get to the closest, place. And we do our best to disperse the population. But a lot of towns have a couple polling places. They're almost always schools, which who knows if schools will even be open. But if they are, you sure don't want to have 100,000 people rolling through a school that children are going to be at the next day, right? So there's physical considerations that certainly were not part of our equation in February 1st, when we jammed through all the things we think could go wrong. This was not on my bingo card. So.
No.
No.
So the thing that's to me that's new is and I've heard Todd say this in a panel on this before. Democracy does rely on the peaceful concession of whoever loses. So the increased likelihood of a hanging count because of mail-in voting and the changes in process and different things like that. I think there was a lot of conversation back in January and prior around the role of risk limiting audits to basically say no, this is not any accusation of fraud can be basically either confirmed or denied at that point. Projects to give a shout out to is Arlo, ARLO, which is essentially a framework for that I believe is funded by CISA and is open source, and something that I've been trying to encourage people in the security research community to do is to go bang on that, actually go look at it from a security standpoint, because ideally if there's any point in time over the next 6 months where Arlo itself gets called into question as a tool to rebuff, at least at that point we can say, no, we actually went through this and it seems legit. So that to me is new. That was always going to be to some degree of risk, as it always is. But I think that's actually that's going to play a far greater role actually post-election, on election day and post-election day in 2020.
Yeah, I think they covered a little bit of that on the HBO special with Harri, as well as, I think it was the second half of the documentary was regarding the risk limiting audits. I don't know if they necessarily had a really good explanation of how it all worked. That is a little extra math for most folks, but it's one of those good things that can be put in.
I think, and looking at so calling myself out as this was a theme, and the last time we got together as well, de-acronyming stuff. So risk limiting audit is what RLA stands for. I think it's Verified Voting who are running point on it, and they've done some pretty, I think, good work on explainer videos that take some fairly complicated math and kind of simplify the concept to the point where a non-technical potential voter can actually consume it and understand what's going on. It's essentially a cryptographically determined random sample set that's then paired with verification of the outcome compared to what's recorded. And if there's any sort of deviation or margin of error within that sample set, then it goes again and goes again and goes again until it can work out the scope of that. Or, if everything checks out, then everything checks out and things are okay at that point. It's the randomization and the process around it that I think is, to your point, difficult to explain on a technical level to most people, but I think the concept itself is actually fairly easy to grok.
Yeah.
Great, and just to kind of go back a little to our discussion on the different kinds of voting options that there are. It's clear that the election is going to be run a little differently this year, just with the constraints we face. Election officials have to provide an accessible and safe method of voting for their voters. And what this means is, essentially from CIS's perspective, we want to limit the risk as much as possible with these options. So for instance, talking about online voting, also called electronic ballot return, CISA has assessed that that is high risk, even with controls in place. The risk there still cannot be controlled. And it's not CIS's job to decide whether these are deployed, but it's our belief that the risk on these is much higher than, say, compared to in-person voting or mail-in ballots. So on that end, CISA has put out a series of documents essentially describing from a procedural sense what kinds of options election officials have, both to ensure safe in-person voting and then also to make sure that mail-in balloting process goes smoothly. And just to touch on some of the in-person voting options there, it is very true, of course, that like Todd was saying, that the truth is a lot of these poll workers are older and they face a higher risk of being impacted by the virus. So there's going to be very high poll worker shortages. And in a lot of cases, that means consolidation of polling places because they can't staff that many. And that, of course, can lead to problems because then you have more people in fewer places. With a pandemic, that's of course not ideal, but we have to make it work. So one option there is vote centers, for instance, where larger physical polling places that make it easier to maintain physical distance. There's of course still a polling shortage. I guess here I'll say to everyone who is young and healthy, the best thing you can do is serve as a poll worker and make sure that on a local level, your elections run smoothly. But yes, it is going to be a challenge just because, yeah, of course, in-person voting carries some risks with it from a health perspective. So we encourage states to make the decisions that best fit them, but both mail-in balloting and in-person voting we view as being low-risk options, given that there's a paper trail and you can run, say, risk limiting audits on those.
Cool. So I'm going to take kind of a little bit of a left turn. I know, we just full transparency for folks who are watching this, like we have a list of questions that we've agreed on, but I'm going to kind of define this because of the way the flow is. One of the things is that's amazing about like where we live, we're in the United States here and Casey accepted, but yeah, we will adopt you on this one.
Most of the time.
Is the freedom of speech, it's part of our own constitution and whatnot. But, as we mentioned in February, one of the critical things about this election is how we talk about it, whether it be through discourse about outcomes, whether it be the primaries or the general election, the methodologies we use to do that. So we, talk about in the press about like how things have gone, the process of how we go about voting. But also, it's another thing called disinformation or misinformation, where what we talk about is willingly bad, essentially not right when fact checked, or in some cases is disinformation provided by an external entity. I know, with the 2016 and earlier, the recent, the midterms, we had influence from outside sources. And obviously, Washington Post just recently kind of covered that we're potentially seeing some influence from China and Iran and some of our other, would classically qualify them as adversaries, but yet we still find some ways to deal with them. Where do we kind of find ourselves in this case right now? Obviously, 6 months later, we had a little bit of a kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily contentious Democratic primary, but it was a lot more graceful when people, basically, said, yeah, I'm out, and let people carry forward. But also, in recent news about how people are talking about, the legitimacy of the methods that we're using. Where do you kind of see ourselves now, and what can we do in the future here, both as folks who are attendees to this video, but also, as responsible citizens to kind of educate others, your parents, your friends, your peers, your neighbors, and so forth, to be on the lookout for this?
I'll rush into the fire. I think an interesting thing that I've seen is that, yes, I when we did our panel back in early February, which seems like so long ago now, I think that we could pretty clearly say, like, Russia. We're seeing the Twitter bots, the farms, we're seeing like the disinformation campaigns on Facebook, Twitter, IG. Now it's much more complicated. So the interesting thing that we've seen now are, well, I feel like it's interesting because I'm a, social media nerd. The QAnon accounts that have popped up seem to span the gamut of countries. And you see a lot of activity from these QAnon accounts just coming from the US, and they're not like some, complex, combative nation state, right? They're from just like diehard MAGA people who are like, I'm going to do my duty and this is patriotic, and they are figuring out how to spin up bots. And so that's pretty interesting. And then to see bots that'll respond to Trump accounts, right? Or the interesting thing that I see a lot too are accounts that get a lot of followers because they'll post pornography, right? And then they get like loads of followers, and then they get verified in some cases. And then as soon as they get the check mark, they switch to like QAnon accounts that give themselves some name that you can recognize in the media. And all of a sudden you think you're engaging with someone that you're not engaging with. But what that does is have this like celebrity or verified boost of this misinformation. So for me, as a person who has a blue check mark, I want to say, I don't know anything. I'm not an expert on any fucking thing. And I'm going to tell you flat out that like, you'd be hard pressed to find a blue check mark that is an expert on everything. So if someone gets their blue check mark for being an actress, like maybe don't just immediately trust that they're an expert on vaccination protocol, right? So I think that it's really fascinating how the floods are coming, and the stuff that Cambridge Analytica did, it's all still happening under a different name, a different company, but it's all still out there on Facebook and Twitter. It's just like now more people from different countries, including our own, are able to participate in the disinformation process. So.
Yeah, I'll tag in on that. Just confirm what you're saying, like the QAnon stuff and things of that nature. They're happening on the ground here in Australia. I think for ostensibly different reasons from a partisan political standpoint, but it's kind of coming from the same mindset. And I think in part, like, we're all going a bit stir crazy right now. It's good not to ignore the fact that society just in general is dealing with mental stress that we've not seen collectively for as long as Twitter's been around, definitely. So weird shit happens. But yeah, there's that piece of it. I think Kimber, you touched on a really good point. I actually got invited to talk about disinformation on a friend who has a cooking channel. She's got like millions and millions of subscribers, but she saw basically advertising focused bot generated content ripping off her stuff, and then noticed that there was subversion starting to creep into that, and the ability for that type of channel to be used.
That's so crazy.
Well, it's nuts, man. Like it was, and I'm like, what am I doing on a cooking channel? This is crazy. But
no, they have an entire channel on this, like basically debunking some of these bots or the content farms. Yeah,
it's a real thing, and I think the ability for that sort of thing to be deployed very rapidly, because these are businesses. It's businesses that exploit the things that are exploitable to build following on social media in some of the ways that Kimber just described. But then they sell that or rent that, or if they're owned, potentially by an actor that can go hostile, it's redeployed into that, and that's happening across all sorts of different channels. The one you asked Emily about, things that we can do. I think something that we can all agree on, the great hack, for example, just as a way to get people that aren't necessarily technical in a context that's apolitical. So you're not sort of going one way or the other too much. You're just explaining to them this general idea that like social media is a constructed reality that's been built just for you. And you actually need to be observing it like that. I think, for the hackers that are kind of watching this, that's probably a thesis and something that's important that we could all agree on. And I found that to be fairly helpful.
Great. And just to talk briefly on foreign disinformation, of course, that's a very large concern. We've seen in 2016 what happened, and in 2020 it seems to be shaping up again. We know, yes, our nation's adversaries, Russia, China, Iran, are all trying to interfere in our democratic processes. So from CIS's perspective, our number one priority is to ensure that Americans decide American elections. So that means ensuring that foreign adversaries are not able to interfere, whether that's by actually targeting election systems, whether that's disinformation campaigns, all of that. It should be Americans who are deciding American elections. So that kind of leads us to the point then, what steps can Americans take to mitigate the impact, say, of disinformation or just general confusion, say, on election night? I think the most important thing here is just to understand that elections are going to be different this year. Election night, November 3rd, is not going to be the same as election night in the past, because with many more mail-in ballots, they're going to take much longer to count just due to state laws and processes around that, as well as just technical constraints, since some states are rapidly scaling out mail-in ballots at a scale that is maybe tenfold from what they previously had operated. So with that perspective, election night, it is entirely possible that it just isn't final what the election results are. And it may take a week, it may take several weeks to actually learn what the final results are. So the best thing that Americans do is to just internalize this, understand that election results are not going to come out immediately. The media has a large role in this, that it can't just be election night, the final results declare who won, because we have to acknowledge that might not be the case. So I think that if we all are on the same page, expecting this to be a slower process, and keeping in mind that a slower process means that there's more time to actually verify that results are correct and to ensure that the final count is ultimately the right one. So I think just understanding that patience is needed here, and that election night, not going to know who won, it may take some time, but we'll get there and we can be confident then in the outcome of the election. That's the important thing.
Yeah, and just to follow up on what Jack said, is like election night is not the end of this, right? Like, for starters, like any kind of disinformation campaign that we've been talking about, that's going to happen way before election day. Like I mentioned, I get to vote on October 13th. So, you know, look for something exciting happening around, I don't know, first or second week of October. Almost like that's the time when your fear ganglia should flare up around what's going to be happening around disinformation. And just one other super quick point, Jack is also totally correct that I would be shocked if we had results election night. Now, it doesn't mean it's the end of democracy. Like, there will not be rioting in the streets over this. We've done this before. Like the 2000. Some people on this call are old enough to remember the 2000 election, and we remember that, like, that was weeks and weeks and weeks of will they, won't they, which ended up in a Supreme Court decision. So, like, that did not destroy America, and not having election results at 1 a.m. on November 4th is not gonna kill everybody. Like, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Yeah, that does bring up a good point, or subsequent question here, is kind of talking some of the logistical errors. Just to put on an election is not as easy as everybody kind of thinks. Like, you just go in there and pull the handle if you're in manual, or you.
It is way more complicated.
It is way more complicated. I mean, just watching Matt Blaze's Twitter feed sometimes, and just how simplistic some of the suggestions are. And then, of course, Matt being Matt kind of fires back in Matt's way and whatnot. And that's not a knock on him. It's just to try to educate people that this shit ain't simple. As much as I railed on my trip to the DMV recently, I sat in the car and kind of pondered everything required to kind of make my trip better. And I'm just like, oh my God, that's a lot to move. That's Sisyphean in a way. But obviously one of our bigger challenges, obviously the thing that made the biggest press right after our February conclave here was the Iowa caucus. And I wrote a long paper on this about the whole DevOps process in regards to how it was developed. But we had the Iowa caucus with the Georgia primaries, which some would say was kind of a predictable outcome of what kind of a clusterfuck it would be. That's the other issue is underscore the potential about how trust is eroded through procedural process error by no fault or intent of the creator of that error. It was more or less like we're forging new areas of election things we can do, and mistakes will be made. There was no necessarily evidence when looked at that interference necessarily occurred, but when basically these things that we do, in so nice a word, shit the bed, what are the different ways that we can, as professionals in the security and election security arena, kind of capture the discussion and say, this shouldn't erode trust. This is us trying something new. Mistakes will be made. Morale will be lowered, but what are some things at the technical level to kind of, as I mentioned, you have a lot of technical people that will swoop in and say, oh, we can fix this with this blockchain, for instance, as Casey so lightly joked about. But what are some things, some practical techniques we can have to kind of educate some people on, like, no, this is a big ship to steer. This is what you can expect, and don't lose trust in this.
Great. So first, just to really underscore the point that running elections is incredibly hard. There's so much more than just kind of from a voter's perspective, showing up to, say, a polling place, casting your ballot. There's so much more that goes into this process, so many months of preparation. That's a difficult task. And every single election official I've talked to is incredibly motivated and wants to make sure that elections run smoothly and that their people can, in a free and fair manner, decide who will win the election. So just thinking about like going back to February, say, it was already shaping up to be perhaps one of the hardest elections that an election official has had to run, just because we are in an incredibly polarized environment. We know that there is foreign interference that occurred in 2016, and we can expect again in 2020. So even from that perspective, this was a hard task. And then you add the pandemic and everything becomes so much more complicated because suddenly we can't vote entirely in the same way as we're used to voting. And all of these processes have to change. In a lot of cases, like I said, election officials now have to scale out mail-in ballots at 10 times the capacity. And when your machines to process those were only intended to do, say, a small percentage of voters in your jurisdiction, from a technical perspective, that can be very difficult, and things can break because we're rapidly scaling out these technologies, and things can and likely will go wrong. So from that perspective, what should voters expect? So I said before, be patient. Election results may not come in immediately, and that's fine. I think the second point there is really to expect things to go wrong, but don't immediately believe that that is, say, a result of interference of any kind, because the most likely explanation is that's just some routine error that occurred and that will be worked through. There's processes in place in order to handle these types of failures. We have, for the most part, paper trails that allow verifying elections. So from that perspective, we have controls in place. And yes, technology can be brittle and stuff can break down, but a lot of times just look for the most likely explanation that, of course, interference is still possible, and we should be very concerned if that does happen. But just looking from kind of what is most likely to happen, it's more likely that, I mean, we can almost assume that some technical failure in some capacity will occur, but that doesn't mean that's malicious. And the people just have to view it as that way and understand that there are still controls in place.
Yeah, Occam's razor is good. I can't remember if it's Hanlon's razor or Occam's razor, but it's one of the razors.
I think it's Hanlon's.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, well, simple ends, malice. Anyway, whatever. We can probably look that one up after the fact, and I'm outing myself for not knowing which razor is which right now. I'd add to that, no new stuff in 2020, like timeout. Like there's a whole bunch of innovation happening in the election space, which I think is fantastic, and I think it's important. It's going to be critical after this is done. But the addition of variables, the idea that there's like software fails, which is the second point I'm going to make, but like it's the failure rate of software is directly proportional to how quickly it's been brought to market, and oftentimes how mature it is. So this idea of like, cool, let's just blast 2020 with a whole bunch of brand new stuff that we haven't really tested. Ultimately, when you go back to Iowa and do a bit of a root cause analysis, that's sort of most of what happened there.
It was less than 6 weeks when I did the analysis. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and it's logically what would happen again if we do it with other stuff. So no new stuff, but then this other idea of like software, in terms of, again, coming back to how we can help, like humans make mistakes, period. Like this is why, we've got an industry, is because, while we come up with all these incredible ways to do stuff, including democracy itself, we do make the occasional spelling error, and then there's bad people that want to manipulate that to get what they want. So this idea of like, to err is human, it's more about how you respond. Again, it's part of what I like so much about, vulnerability disclosure as a process, but also as this like leading indicator of maturity when it comes to security of an organization that can translate to trust. I think that's a concept that isn't very well understood. And I think a lot of the time people, on the operations side would prefer to just do ostrich risk management and pretend it didn't exist. But I think it's going to become pretty important in context of all of the stuff that can and probably will go a bit funky this year.
Casey, you have some of the best vuln disclosure jargon around. I love it.
I've been practicing.
Yeah, a little. Yeah, like I guess I would just say as technical people who are probably the only people watching this, I think what you can do your part by not freaking the hell out when you see something that goes wrong. Like, just to echo, Jack and Casey, it's like it is a Hanlon's razor kind of thing. There will probably be mistakes. I don't think I would go so far as to say like it's super hard. I've got the Metasploit shirt on. It's very hard for me to say like don't disclose vulnerabilities. But maybe not on election day. and maybe not make a bunch of hay about like hackable voting machines. Like that is kind of the least of our worries. If all we had to worry about was a hackable voting machine, like that physical device, boy, that would imply that we've fixed so many other problems in infrastructure, in disinformation, in everything up and down the line. So, you know, I would hope that you know, the folks that work in the space who pay attention to things in Voting Village, you know, maybe not completely lose your cool over a, you know, a voting machine that can be hacked in person.
So I'll do a quick response, and I'm sure Emily wants to move on, but this goes back to something that I said in February, and it's a recurring theme because I feel like I say it a lot. So if you've heard it before, suck it, because I'm going to say it again. But the biggest disservice that we can do to the American people as security professionals is somehow convincing them that their votes don't count. And we do that by constantly preaching that the system's broken, the voting machines are hackable, the infrastructure's flawed, the voter registration system is, you know, something that can be tampered with. It's not to say these things aren't true, but also like you have to qualify those ramblings and announcements with how often that actually happens and what the likelihood of that happening actually is. And the idea that, you know, hacking 20 voting machines is going to sway an election without even like acknowledging what it would take to actually hack the voting machine, right? Or to tamper with the voter registration system without acknowledging that, like, you know, states do have some IDS systems in place. Like, sure, could it happen? Yeah, we can like what if all day long. But if we're putting information out there that even makes one person think, well, my vote can just be changed anyway, so why would I bother voting? Like, then we've fucked up like bad, because we like shot ourselves in the foot with the thing that we were trying to make better.
So we're now into section B. So we've now pivoted from where we were 6 months ago to where we find ourselves in the last 90 days here. 90 days scares me because, you know, coming from the federal government, it takes longer than that, mainly to fill out the paperwork for something. So 90 days for us in the real world, if in the commercial sector, will be totally interesting. But obviously, I'm going to highlight the fact that, you know, as Jack leveled up here, CISA has taken more of an active policy and assistance role for states. The Election Assistance Commission Committee has hired some really great new staff. In fact, some folks, I believe Kimber and I were on the panel many years ago with. You know, the feeling that while it's awesome they hired these people, I know I've tweeted out about it, it's a little too late in certain cases, but you know, they hire great people. What is the feeling right now that these folks can actually make a difference between now and the election? Or obviously, if we can't do it by then, what is the change that can be made for further elections, provided that the world isn't going to melt down? Jack.
Great. So yeah, I think I can take this to start. Yeah, so it's true. Yes, CISA has brought on some more people to help out with election security. I'm part of a group of me and 4 other Stanford students who all came to CISA to work specifically on election security. And we've been having a lot of fun being able to work essentially on both the infrastructure component, building tools to allow organizations to better secure their systems and allow CISA to, say, aid in assessments to state and local election officials, as well as working on some of that, say, foreign disinformation component. So in terms of what both, say, CISA and EAC can do by November, I think there's a lot that can still be done. Of course, yes, we have, I believe, I calculated this, I think it's 89 days from the time the talk this is airing until the election. And that's very little time, almost nothing, but we still can do a lot. We can help, say, states identify vulnerabilities in their systems. We continue to offer services that assess these systems and give guidance. I mentioned before, we have documents that we published along with the Election Assistance Commission and we're working to support states in the capacity that we can. So I think that there's a lot that still, of course, needs to be improved, but we're getting there. And from my perspective, yes, the government plays a large role in this, the federal government. And I really do think that states, this is, I'd say, one of the major improvements since 2016. In 2016, the federal government's involvement with the states was not at all near where it was today. So much has improved since then that we are now working with each of the 50 states. We're working with a significant portion of the local election offices, and we're in a much better place both to be protecting systems and then monitoring in case stuff does go wrong.
So, you speak obviously kind of the involvement with CISA and, kind of the states taking a more active role in their own survival in a way. Have any of the vendors, either of the e-poll books or the election systems, been more willing to kind of come forward and work proactively with the government, or say any of the companies represented on here, to kind of solve the problems? I know I've recently been involved with some workshopping with OECD on regards to vulnerability disclosure policies and digital product security, and one of those cases is finding a good mediator sometimes to kind of do that. Has anybody kind of moved that way, or are we still kind of like kind of finger pointing and moving forward there?
So in terms of CISA's involvement with this, of course, CISA's preference is for vulnerabilities to be disclosed either directly to the state or to vendors when that is possible. And it is our view that, of course, vulnerability disclosure policies can be very helpful in this process. I'm not aware of any vendors that at the time of recording, or states for that matter, that have come out with vulnerability disclosure policies. That could very well change between the 2 weeks when this airs. But what we do offer is resources for those that want to implement vulnerability disclosure policies to do so. So like I mentioned, we have our guide on vulnerability disclosure that will be live by the time this panel airs, as well as the fact that we do serve as a last resort for people who are unable to disclose vulnerabilities for any reason. They can report it to US CERT, which is under CISA, and we will work to get that disclosed to the vendor in order to mitigate that vulnerability. So CISA does play an important role here, and yeah, it is our hope that, of course, yes, that any vulnerabilities that either people come to vendors with or come to us with, that they will be addressed.
So, I mean, and just to follow up on that, I mean, we're getting under the wire, at the wire, right, for the November 2020 election. If I were the king of vuln disclosure, I think I would direct people to disclose to you personally, Jack, and by extension to CISA, before vendors and states. Like, I mean, I think that's kind of the way. Like, let's say I'm sitting on or I find a vulnerability in some election system or whatever. Like, and I'm a hacker guy who wears Metasploit t-shirts. Like, I have it. I don't want to not tell anyone about it. There is this, like, it's okay to yell fire in a crowded theater if the theater is actually a fire business. I think it's probably not great to like drop that on Twitter and just full disclose and do that. I mean, that's not helpful, I don't think, in the slightest. But I do think, like, you tell me, like, my instinct is, tell CISA and hope for the best and keep my mouth shut until November, I don't know, 10th, 15th or something. So at least this is where they can do. I'm describing your job at you.
Yeah.
You can do instrumentation, right? Like, so even if there's no fixes, there's still ways to track the vulnerability.
Yeah, and you're exactly right there. That yes, the priority is for the vulnerability to get fixed as quickly as possible, and we want to support whatever will make that happen as efficiently and smoothly. So of course it's ideal if it is possible to disclose directly to vendors, but that is hard when there are no vulnerability disclosure policies.
Today,
yeah, so in
though.
that case, yes, exactly.
Working on it.
So given that, yeah, the current landscape, yes, CISA does serve as a coordinating role there. For people who, can't really find a contact to disclose, they can come to CISA, and CISA will work to make sure that the vendor or the state is made aware and that the vulnerability can be fixed.
Yeah, I mean, hard agree with Todd's suggestion of going to CISA, especially at this point. Keeping in mind as well that, like, with the 90-day kind of lead time that we've got, the vendors are very likely to be distracted and have lots of other things on their plate, just from a pure logistical standpoint, before you go layering on the pandemic and the fact that 2020 is generally a bit of a shit show. The thing that I wanted to double click on is actually around basically non-disclosure of findings ahead of November at this point. And this is very much opposed to how I normally talk about non-disclosure.
It's very hard to say.
To run. Yeah, it's a really difficult thing to say. We actually talked about this in terms of the boilerplate election policy that we put up on Disclose.io. And we've got it in there. It's like, basically the agreement is not to disclose until after the election is finished. Ordinarily, that timeline would serve as back pressure on the vendor to fix. And I think that's a really good and important thing for accountability and transparency. But the risk of frightening a non-technical voter into just giving up and not showing up to the poll booth as a product of trying to do something good, I think is extremely high on this particular topic at this particular point in time. So it's a hard pill to swallow, I think, for security researchers in general. It was definitely, from what we do and where I sit, it's a hard thing to say, but I actually do think it's the right thing for this year.
Yeah, I know that's one of those things we've kind of, as I mentioned with some of the policy making, obviously federal, international, and whatnot. We've set the, I wouldn't say necessarily artificial 90-day deadline, but obviously if we're inside the 90 days, it does kind of create an unworkable framework with both in the timing, I think the regulatory environment for whatever folks need to do for certifications, plus loading all the election information, the logistics of that. So, it just creates this whirlwind of not a good situation for us to be in. So, yeah. We talked about this, earlier in regards to kind of the effect that COVID-19 has had on how we staff the election, how we are attending the election and participating in it, obviously with retirees and whatnot. There is so much dumpster fires being poured into the alley right now. It's not even funny. And obviously with the disinformation and just all the stuff we talked about, if you were all betting people and if we were in Las Vegas this year instead of doing this virtual, what would you bet to be the first thing to crumble out of all of this? What do you think is the first thing that is just like, the guy from Oz comes out behind the sheet and says, yep, everybody go home, we're fucked?
If I was a gambling person, which I'm not, I think it would be, if we're talking about the first thing to just go like shit house on fire, what do we do, is a bunch of maybe rebellious folks who would show up at polling places without masks and like fake cough and just make a big to-do and just try to disrupt, the peaceful line at the voting place, right? Like, I think that, sure, I think we'll see people tweeting, oh, I got a mail-in ballot for my uncle who died last year. And then it gets 10,000 retweets. And then somebody else tweets something similar. Like, I think we'll see that. But like, just for shithouse election day, like, what are we going to see on the news? I think like polling places being disbanded for like civil unrest, and not from the folks who are there just to vote peacefully.
So this is starting to form like a John Carpenter movie in the worst way possible then.
Well, I am a horror fan, so of course that's where I go. My hope is that people respect democracy, regardless of which side of the line you fall on, and just let people have their constitutional right to participate in the electoral process. However, I am currently disenchanted by the state of the country right now. So
I don't know. I think that your first sign of everything going to hell is going to be on like in the neighborhood of October 13th, October 14th. That's going to be where you have your last big push of whatever disinformation campaign is going on. I'm not a disinfo expert by any means, but if I were going to own stuff, I would definitely want to tell people about, like, one of the tactics we've seen over and over again of people who are attacking election systems is that it's no good unless you tell people about it, unless you get noticed. And so you got to get noticed, like, early enough to sway elections, but not so early that, you know, there's enough from, you know, that Jack can fix it for us. So like October 15th, I think, is the sweet spot for that. What is that? That's like Wednesday, I think, or Thursday. Non-Friday, non-Monday, early October, I would expect to see big news to try to have that last push of hey guys, don't bother voting.
And you think that because that's when the mail-in voting window opens? That's when
States, in many states, absentee ballots are starting to get filled out then. Early voting starts then. And it's still early enough that you can make hay about it for the following 2 weeks. Like a losing side can call cyberfoul, pointing at that thing for, you know, and just eat up news for the rest of October.
Just this is, you know, it's a bit personal, but it goes to one of the reasons that I'm not in the US right now. I think, you know, we had the option to be near family and ride out the pandemic. You know, part of the concern that was in the back of my mind was how you know, the potential for civil unrest and those sorts of things are amplified by the backdrop of the pandemic and economic depression, all that other stuff. So I think the number of things that are available for an actor to tweak on and the amount of leverage that's present, you know, as we do version 2 of this panel is radically different to what it was, you know, last time we got together and spoke. So, you know, from a mitigation standpoint, it really does come back, you know, for the typical audience of this panel in Defcon is making sure that you're not adding to the problem. You know, the whole idea of like polarization, of just general distrust, like nihilism, all of that sort of stuff. And I do believe, like, we are talking, you know, Armageddon-ish type stuff at the moment, but I do believe fundamentally in like working back from the worst case scenario and optimizing the critical path from there. So it's an important conversation to have.
Yeah, it's a good segue into the last question we're going to do today. So, you know, obviously we talked about mail-in voting as the next best mitigation for forcing people to kind of show up in person, and definitely a better alternative than, I'd say, any potential half-baked e-voting solution at the last minute that would come in and swoop. But obviously with the rhetoric that's been, you know, spoken by various folks in the press from various levels of government and elsewhere about the validity and trustability of the Postal Service, as well as their own financial woes imposed upon them by Congress and pre-funding and so forth and so on. You know, it was just announced today that they had worked out a deal with a massive infusion/loan from the US Treasury. I think it was like $15 billion, which is a huge chunk of change. It does keep people from necessarily having to rush out and, you know, running for stamps. But obviously I have reports from some of the locals here in the DC area, specifically Baltimore, about potential fallout from the recent Postmaster General coming in and saying, please delay first-class mail. Obviously that puts a downward pressure on delivery of mail-in voting, as well as, you know, returning that and making sure that everyone hits with the deadlines with the postmarks. So where we sit here is our last best effort to run a secure election as a Postal Service. It is in dire straits. It has potential leadership that is working antithetically against the essentially constitutionally or you know, state that the Postal Service exists in. You know, what are the last bits here that we can ensure that is functioning for us to go forward? Are there ways that maybe we move up early voting even sooner, so that we kind of play into the logistics of extended timelines? Is it write your senators and make sure that, you know, mail is delivered in a timely fashion, or you know, some other aspect of it? You know, what with that, and especially, you know, as you mentioned earlier too, I think it was Todd talking about the expected timelines being a lot longer for us to hear the outcomes, if we have this extended timeline, what's our expectations to actually, hear what the outcomes are going to be given this?
I mean, it would be great if states would extend their deadlines. Like, I was shocked to see that Texas, for all the hand wringing Texas has been doing about mail-in ballots and like trying to make that hard, the fact that Texas then turned around and extended early voting was a sweet surprise. I don't know. We do things randomly here in Texas. Some things are great, some things are not so much. But I guess that's just here local in Texas. I don't know. Like, I feel like everyone should mentally hug a postal worker today. They do a lot of really hard work. A lot of people depend on them for a lot of things. They are in fact constitutionally enshrined. It's an Article I power of Congress to establish the post office, and the fact that it became a target for disenfranchisement is just mind-boggling to me. But I think that we can all agree that the post office is a kind of a wonderful Americanism, really. Like, it was a largely this notion of a single stamp that carries something across the country. Like, that is, I don't know, really sure an American thing. It might be an English thing. It might be a British thing. But one or the other, it's pretty great. So yeah, like, I mean, if you have the opportunity to vote absentee, absolutely do it. The absentee voting, you can get all nerdy about it and say, like, well, technically you're violating like the secrecy of the ballot by doing that, because someone can watch you vote and direct you vote and see that you vote correctly and see that you put the thing in and mail it away. Like, but that's almost like, that is so low on my list of problems when it comes to democracy is vote selling. If it turns out that's a big deal, great. Like, let's go tackle that. But that has not been a problem since like the 19th century. So
yeah, I want to say too, we've seen the current administration. We've seen the current administration actively attack the Postal Service on social media, and so I would ask folks to understand that I don't think there was a long game there, but I don't think that it's going to be unreasonable to see more attacks on the Postal Service from the current administration. The unreliability, the conspiracies about deals with Amazon, and then how Jeff Bezos ties into Amazon, and then with the Clintons. Like, there's a lot of stuff to unpack there. But I would say, at the end of the day, like, these are feds. These folks are feds. They took the same oath to the Constitution that other feds take. They're there to just do their jobs every day. And the idea that postal workers themselves would be tampering with mail-in ballots is just kind of ridiculous. And
it's completely insane.
It really is. It's ridiculous. And if there were one, it's a blip on the radar if the numbers are out there of folks voting, right? So let's just keep it all in perspective. And to understand the importance of the Postal Service, when I was younger, the DMV test had a question that said, if you get to a four-way stop and there's a fire truck, an ambulance, a police car, and a mail truck, who has the right-of-way? And everyone assumed like the ambulance or the fire truck, but it was in fact the mail truck, because they are protected under, the guise of the federal government. Certainly the mail truck wouldn't go first, but they could. And also, if you hit a mail truck, you get into a lot of trouble too, because you've damaged federal property. So, you probably don't want to go out and take your angst out on vandalizing mail trucks or bothering postal workers. So
that is a hot tip.
I feel
robbing post offices used to be a hanging crime.
Yeah, well, they've also got that crime a day book that just came out from the Twitter feed. I would hope that there's a chapter in there about weird stuff like that. So, all right, then last thoughts on what we see as our future here, what you'll be doing, what you hope others will be doing, and then where do you hope we will be?
I can go and take this first. So yeah, nothing I'm gonna say here really is anything new, I would say, that I haven't said. But yes, in terms of what I'm doing, what CISA is doing, we are going to be working through and after the election to support election offices at the state and local level to ensure that they have what they need from a security perspective. And we're committed to doing that. In terms of, I think, what's maybe more valuable is what people watching this, what steps they can take and what steps they can recommend others to take. And this goes back to the 2 points that you have to be patient and you have to expect that things may go wrong, but that doesn't necessarily mean there has been interference, and that doesn't mean that the election is invalid. So be patient, do not assume that results will come out on election day. It may take some time, but have faith that election officials are doing their best to have an accurate result, that we have processes in place that if interference does occur, we can identify it. And just, yeah, ultimately the main thing is that the people of America need to have faith in their own elections, and that can go away without any actual tampering occurring, without any interference. Just if the people do not believe that the result was valid, then the result is not valid. So I think to everyone watching this, just to understand that what you believe happened matters, and just to understand there are processes in place, there are committed election officials, the federal government is here to support that process. And yeah, let's hope that we have a smooth, free and fair election in November.
Sure. So, I mean, I guess like to just kind of reiterate what, everyone else says, like, the best defense against any election shenanigans is voting, and voting in numbers that are too hard to push one way or the other. If people go and they vote, especially people who have historically been disenfranchised or haven't felt the need to go vote, it is, you hear it every election, but this election is literally the most important election of your life so far. And so go vote, and hopefully if enough people do that, any kind of shenanigans will be drowned out by the overwhelming signal that we have. Me personally, I not only am I going to vote early, I'm very excited to do that, but I'll be working the polls. It's gonna be crazy. It'll be November and there will be no vaccine, and so I will be doing a lot of cleaning and hoping that not too many polls close that day. There were poll closures. There were in our last election here in Texas, there weren't any poll closures like on the day of. People did show up. They got enough recruits to come and do the thing. I did have a couple poll workers not come to my polling place, but we had enough people to pull it off. So hopefully that will remain the case. But that's going to be November. So who knows, like what the pandemic will bring us. If it becomes impossible to vote in person in any kind of crowded way, then we'll just have to deal with that as it comes. But if you have the bandwidth and the health to throw in for what is a super fun, sounds boring, but it's actually pretty fun, like 14-hour day, go with the polling place.
I'll go next. I will say that I'm very much looking forward to returning to the US, and this is honestly a part of that. So again, on a speaking to the subject matter, but speaking to it from a very personal standpoint, it's like my adopted country is trying to figure all of this stuff out, and I'm looking forward to being past it is something that, it's heavy. It's the heavy thing. So aside from that, practically, if you, for the hackers, find out where people are asking for help, go help them. Look for the stuff that people have already volunteered, the volunteering stuff that we talked about at the start, just to reiterate that. Some of that help might be IT. Go looking for it. See if you can find opportunities to provide your skills into those different areas. Help out on the open source projects and some of the other things that are going on that have been volunteered. So Arlo, we mentioned before, verified voting, it's up on GitHub. Go bang on the source code, and if it's legit, say so. If there's a problem, submit a PR, help make it better. If these audits are a part of how we have a peaceful kind of acknowledgement of the count after the fact, then you'll have played a pretty big role in that, I think. And then finally, don't scare your grandma between now and November. If you're doing security research and you find something, talk to Jack and the crew at CISA and CERT, try to talk to the vendor. Just be very mindful of the fact that dropping anything that looks like a vulnerability on the internet right now is highly, highly exploitable from actors from a disinformation standpoint, and you don't want to be a part of the problem.
Technically, you have the last couple days because July sucked when it came to vulns, so, or at least people had to clean up after vulns. So let's make August better.
we can. It's Defcon month, so the internet's on fire this month anyway. But maybe after that, I don't know.
October. Let October be quiet then. That's cool. Kimber, any last?
It's unprecedented, so it's anyone's guess what actually happens on election day and the months following. Vote, just vote. Tell your friends, tell your family, vote safely, vote mail-in if you can. If you're pay attention, your state may have deadlines, or your district, on when you have to let them know that you're going to be voting by mail-in ballot. Some folks here didn't understand there was a two-part process to a mail-in ballot. You had to request one to receive one. It didn't automatically get sent to you. So just being aware of how your local districts work when it comes to mail-in ballots, so that you can participate. And if you have to go to the polls, wear a mask, social distance if you can, and you don't have high-risk folks at home, volunteer at your local polling places and do what you can to make it safe for our most vulnerable populations to be able to get out and have their voices heard.
Well, yeah, that's a great thing to end on. Obviously I have a spouse who's immunocompromised, so I preemptively requested a mail-in ballot. I know some states require a extenuating excuse in order to get a absentee ballot. So please check with your local officials on what you can do to do that. Obviously, a safe and secure voting is important, but safe and secure also means individuals as well. With that, I'll close out our panel. I do appreciate Kimber, Jack, Casey, and Todd for joining us this evening for the recording. Again, this was the Election Security Part 2, the Infrastructure Strikes Back. While I can't necessarily drop in some John Williams here, use your mind's eye as well as the Starfield background to kind of get it through. And hopefully come November, we'll see what kind of shakes out. And geez, maybe next February we'll have a cleanup on this, maybe a part 3. Hopefully it doesn't end up with a bunch of Ewoks running around saying ugnug. But anyhow, once again, thank you very much. And thank you for your time. Take care.
This year, we're compiling audience feedback on the Voting Village speaker track. If you have comments or feedback on any of our speakers' presentations, please reach out via Discord or email votingmachinevillage@gmail.com. Further details can be found on Discord or via Twitter @VotingVillageDC. Our next presentation is from Martin Mikos. Martin is the CEO of HackerOne, the leading provider worldwide of hacker-powered security. With a community of hundreds of thousands of white hat hackers, HackerOne helps companies and governments find and fix software vulnerabilities before they can be exploited for data breaches or cyber attacks. Previously, Martin was SVP and head of the cloud business unit of Hewlett-Packard.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It is a civic duty that if you see something, you say something. That is the underlying principle behind vulnerability disclosure, which I will talk about today. Give me a second here as I turn on my slide deck. as I said, I'm here to talk about vulnerability disclosure for digital systems in vital use by society, such as voting machines. Vulnerability disclosure is the neighborhood watch of cybersecurity. If you see something, say something. When we surface the bad news to everyone, we can take corrective action. Vulnerability disclosure is the bad news that turns into good news. Weaknesses you don't know of, you cannot fix. When you know of them, you fix them and turn them into good news. There are two critical legal aspects of vulnerability disclosure. Number one, the right for anyone to look for vulnerabilities in systems. And number two, the right to share the findings, not just with the owner of the system, but with the public. My name is Martin Mikkos. I'm the CEO of HackerOne, representing 750,000 ethical hackers all over the world. We're here today to talk about voting and voting machines. And if you look at the word vote and the Latin translation of it, it is the decision-making atom of nations and societies, and has been so for thousands of years. We have built our countries and our nations based on voting systems. It is a fundamental piece of democracy. And throughout history, we've made good use of the latest innovations, such as paper, to build mechanisms and systems for voting. But tragically, today, we have a world with digital capabilities beyond our wildest dreams. Yet, we have been unable to construct reliable and trustworthy digital voting systems. What's wrong here? How could we allow this to happen? And what is the fix? There's a logical conclusion that has been missing. If you believe in democracy with one person, one vote, and if you do believe in the freedom of speech, which the US does by means of its First Amendment, there's just one logical conclusion for voting machines and voting technology. You must believe in vulnerability disclosure, meaning the practice of inviting external, unbiased people to test the security and validity of the system. If you don't believe in this form of external and public scrutiny, you are not believing in democracy or freedom of speech. Let us think about how computer systems come to be. Somebody designs a system, the design is approved, product is developed and built, and it is tested. To make something truly secure and worthy of the trust of everyone, we must design security in from the start. Security must be there from the get-go. If you bolt it afterwards as an afterthought, it will never work. It must be there. Security must be there from the first blueprint. Then, secondly, once the system is ostensibly ready for public use, you must turn around and let it undergo external, unbiased and unlimited vetting. Now an outside-in view is needed. Journalists don't see their own typos. Bookkeepers can't see their accounting mistakes. So we need proofreaders and we need auditors. These people who come in with a fresh, objective mind and no bias of ownership. They spot the flaws quickly and the flaws can be fixed. It's the same with software. We must subject software to external scrutiny by people who we do not personally know. Ethical hackers, white hats, security researchers, they come by many names, but it is the same thing. They are masters at detecting flaws in systems built by others. Hackers are the best mechanisms for finding vulnerabilities so they can be fixed. In essence, hacking is the immune system of the internet. They are a vaccine. They can think like an adversary, but they act in your benefit. Too often, however, this simple principle of security designed from the inside out and tested from the outside in is not used. We have voting machine bugs that have been known for several election cycles and are still there, unfixed, out there in the wild, ready to be exploited by people who do not believe in democracy. We must fix this simple but fatal problem. Governments should mandate vulnerability disclosure for every manufacturer and vendor of technology used for voting or any other vital societal function. It's that easy, and it's difficult, but yet it's easy, and we should make that decision. The principles I'm talking about here are not new. Over 100 years ago, there was a Dutch scientist by the name of Kerkhoffs who postulated that when you're building a system intended to be safe and secure and maybe protect secrecy, the mechanism of the machine need not be kept secret. On the contrary, if you make the blueprint open for anybody to test and study and vet, you have a better chance of making a secure system than if you don't. It's only the keys that need to be secret, but not the mechanism of the system. This is an important principle of openness of design that leads to better security. Much later, a man called Shannon wrote a corollary of Kerkhoffs' principle. He said, you must assume that your enemy will learn how your system was built. Share the design with everybody, and in that way you share it also with the good people who will help fix it, who will help improve it. And by the way, there are many, many more good people than bad people in the world, maybe at a ratio of 1,000 to 1. So to repeat and summarize, if we have a commitment to govern our nation so that every person has one vote, it logically follows that we must let each such person conduct their own validation of the system of voting being used. It's a very simple principle, and it is very powerful. Public scrutiny makes every system better. The only reason to object to this principle would be extreme greed or disdain for democracy. If we look at what's going on in society at large, it's in much better shape. The National Institute of Science and Technology has long published the cybersecurity framework with very good advice and recommendations for large organizations. And they define what vulnerability disclosure means. They say, you need to have processes established to receive, analyze, and respond to vulnerabilities disclosed to the organization from internal and external sources, such as internal testing, security bulletins, or security researchers. When you follow the cybersecurity framework from NIST, your organization will be in much better shape. The Department of Defense fully embraces this. And they are, the Pentagon, by definition, have some of the most sensitive, secure, secretive, vital systems in the world. And they have realized that to be fully secure, they need the help of the outside world, of hackers whom they don't even individually know, but to help them report vulnerabilities so that the DoD can fix it. They've been running a vulnerability disclosure program for over 4 years by now with amazing results, fantastic results. The Department of Homeland Security, DHS, finds vulnerability disclosure so important that they are preparing a binding operational directive about it. Under this BOD, civilian federal agencies will be required to invite good hackers to hack them. It's the only logical thing to do in a democracy, and it will improve the cybersecurity of all systems and increase trust among citizens. And hot from the press, just in the last few days, the CISA agency within DHS delivered a terrific guide for election administrators. The guide is called Guide to Vulnerability Reporting for America's Election Administrators. And they say in their foreword that election administrators should know that the cybersecurity research community can help ensure these systems are safe so that the choices of the voting public can be clearly heard. This guide offers a step-by-step guide for election administrators who seek to establish a successful vulnerability disclosure program. Looking more broadly and into the future, I see 3 principles that will enable us to establish a true digital civilization, one that actually works, a society that is well governed by digital mechanisms and which citizens can trust. First, it will be seen as negligence to ignore the useful input from external security researchers. Yes, negligence, meaning you would be stupid not to listen to the amazing advice and input and vulnerability reports that you can get from the outside. Number two, cybersecurity will be a collaborative effort, with organizations pooling their defense to provide formidable obstacles to the adversaries. And we have learned over thousands of years that whenever we face an asymmetric threat, the best defense is pooled defense. So we must do it. Thirdly, the only way for any organization to achieve trust by customers, consumers, or citizens is through transparency, openness. By sharing vulnerability information and cybersecurity policies and practices publicly and with each other, trust will grow. In summary, we have a system here for vulnerability disclosure where if you see something, you say something. It has been rejected and avoided by many vendors, but it is the only practical thing to do in order to increase the security of any computer system. Two legal rights are important here: the right for the hackers, the ethical hackers, to do the testing, and the right for them to disclose their findings. We know what to do. We should have done it a long time ago. We're tragically delayed. We just have to make the decision and start going. We must listen to hackers. We must work together collaboratively on the defenses. And we must build openness into the area of cybersecurity, sharing what we are finding, sharing the vulnerabilities and our fixes, because that is the only way to build trust with our citizens and with our constituent groups. And when we do that, we will truly build a society that can function well in the digital world. Thank you for listening to me today.
Hi, I'm Bryson Bort, and thank you for joining us today with the election security panel with the feds. This is a really momentous occasion, bringing this many federal agencies all together on one hand. The timing is perfect. There is a huge election coming up here in the United States in 2020. There are elections happening around the world. And I think that's a key thing for us to understand, is that while this panel is talking about the US federal government, how we are responding to our American election, when we look at the broader forces that are aligned against democracy in the world, that all comes down to trust in the system for the democracy to work. And those forces are working against places more than the US. And so while this is going to be the US government discussing this, I think citizens all over the world and hackers all over the world will be able to take something away from that. Just quick logistics. Q&A will be available through the Defcon Discord. So if you put your questions in the Voting Village Defcon Discord, those will make their way up here to me on the stage, and we will answer them as best as we can. Starting off, we have Cynthia Kaiser.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Kaiser. I'm an assistant section chief with the FBI Cyber Division. And what that really means is I lead analysis among multiple threat groups for the FBI. That includes election threats, mostly in the cyber arena. And that's by design. I saw what happened in 2016, and I knew that there was nowhere else I wanted to be than working this threat as we came up to 2020. And I'm really excited to be here with people that I get to see all the time anyways. So for the FBI in the election space, a good way to think about it is we're really focused on the threat. So we work hand in hand with our DHS counterparts, and they're really focused on the risk to the systems, the remediation on those systems, but when it comes to the threat response on incidents, or looking at investigations into malign foreign influence, or investigations into election crimes like ballot fraud, that's where the FBI really plays into space.
David Bordino from the National Security Agency. It's great to be with you here today. I'm an NSA election security lead. Most of you are familiar with NSA's mission. Really, it's divided up into two components: our foreign signals intelligence mission, which is all about figuring out what the adversaries are up to, and then we have the cybersecurity component, which is all about preventing and eradicating threats to national security systems and figuring out how we can protect DoD networks and the like. Really, a lot of power from NSA comes with combining those missions. Knowing what the threat is and combining that with the technical analysis and mitigations in order for us to be able to deploy those into unclassified space. From the election security standpoint, I oversee all the activities and partnerships that NSA has on election security. I also co-lead something called the Election Security Group, along with Brigadier General Hartman here, which we'll get into, I'm sure, on the panel. And that's a joint NSA Cyber Command task force for protecting the elections. A little bit about me: I grew up in Chicago. That's what I'm representing here at the Comiskey Park shirt, go White Sox. And I'm also into craft cocktails. I supplied, in the typical Defcon tradition, a cocktail Black Manhattan for everybody. And I'd like to give a shout out to Johnny and Carl for hosting me at Cocktail Con this Tuesday. Really great event and a community in terms of getting the InfoSec community together, talk about cocktails, talk about security. So appreciate it, and I appreciate the Defcon folks for having us here today.
Hey, I'm Joe Hartman. I command the Cyber National Mission Force. Part of U.S. Cyber Command. As Dave said, I co-lead the Election Security Group with him. And, the Election Security Group is really partnered with all the agencies you see represented here and others in defense of the 2020 election. We're the part of the U.S. government that focuses on the away game. So we are looking at foreign adversaries: Russia, China, Iran, any other foreign adversary who's attempting to interfere with our elections. We're looking for them in foreign space, and we're partnering with DHS and FBI in order to ensure that we share information that we find abroad that makes us safer here in the United States. Really glad to be here today and looking forward to your questions.
My name is Maurice Turner. I'm Senior Advisor for the Executive Director at the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. We're a relatively small agency compared to the ones you've heard from earlier today, but our mission is focused. We help make sure that Americans all across the country and all across the world have the ability to participate in elections, whether they're going to be in any one of the 50 states, 6 territories, or stationed overseas. So our focus is really, how do we make sure that those voters have access to the polls and that they can vote safely, securely, and make sure that their vote counts.
And I'm Matt Masterson. I'm the designated survivor that was held back from the federal panel. So if anything happens, we can maintain federal continuity of operations on election security. I'm in a secret skiff out in the Midwest somewhere. Appreciate the Voting Village for inviting me and the feds to participate. So thankful to Bryson for organizing. And if I know we're going to address the question of what's the greatest area of progress since 2016, where have we improved? I mean, the fact that you have a unified federal effort working to help support state and local election officials on this mission space, I think speaks volumes. I work for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. I'm the election security lead there. Prior to that, I was a commissioner at the EAC, where Maurice now sits. And before that, I was an election official in the state of Ohio. So come from an election administration background, have had to learn the intricacies of both CISA and the IC, and am so thankful to everyone sitting up on that stage for their patience with me and working with me and CISA to make sure we're supporting the almost 8,800 state and local election officials across this country, let alone the private sector that we work very closely with, and members of academia and nonpartisan organization. Our focus at CISA is to get information, support, services, everything from penetration testing to routine cyber hygiene scans to incident response, out to those state and local election officials to help support them and engaging with their voters. The reality is American elections are run at the state and local level, and we want to do everything we can so that those state and local officials can talk to their voters about why the process is secure and why they should have confidence that their vote was counted as cast. So really thankful for this panel and super excited to have this discussion today.
Matt, that's a great segue. Trust is key to the infrastructure, right? The process for collecting the votes to determine our democracy starts with that trust, and that begins with transparency and accountability, which is why I thought it was so critical to have this panel here for the government to talk about, okay, what's happened and what have we done? So 2016 is when I think this really grew into the consciousness as a significant issue that everybody understood. What exactly happened in 2016 and 2018?
On the cyber side, in 2016, Russia compromised multiple different election networks. That included a state network, that included 2 counties. And as a part of that, we've assessed that they really sought to at least conduct reconnaissance against all 50 states to try to figure out where was most vulnerable and where they could get in. Now, we don't think that had any effect on election. We have no information that did, and really where they were focused on really couldn't have. But within that, it's obviously troubling because that's an attack on our election systems. It's attacking critical infrastructure, and it's something that now, looking at that and moving forward, that's why we've partnered with everybody here to focus on how do we harden the networks so that can't happen, and how do we work to counter adversaries so they don't want to do it, and how do we ensure that we can be as transparent as possible. And that's included some various measures like both FBI and CISA will now tell a chief state election official if anything happens on a local election network. That's a change from 2016, and it's a necessary change for the transparency that you noted.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cynthia covered the cyber side pretty well. From an influence side, I think most folks are tracking the infamous Internet Research Agency troll farm. So in terms of the social media operations that they were conducting in 2016 and 2018, also hack and leak operations, they're always, could be very damaging. When we look at in terms of, kind of evolution between 2016, 2018, and 2020, it was mostly focused on Russia in 2016, but we know that the threat is broader than that, right? It's, for 2020, we're looking at the spectrum of all of our adversaries: Russia, China, Iran, ransomware actors. There's more people in the game, and they're learning from each other. Influence is a cheap game to get into now with social media. It doesn't cost a lot of money. You can try to launder your narratives online through different media outlets. So that's something we're laser focused on for 2020 as well.
Yeah, Bryce, I think for us, in 2016, election security really wasn't a priority mission for the Department of Defense. It just wasn't something that we had previously focused on, heavily involved in other operations. And so while we were focused on other operations, the Russians obviously focused on our elections. We learned from that in 2018. Between Cybercom and NSA, we formed what was called the Russia Small Group, really laser focused on Russian interference in the 2018 election. And for us, that never stopped. And so, I got back to the command about a year ago in 2019, and we didn't start up, this thing called the Election Security Group that was already working. And it never stopped working from 2018. And we think we're in a much better position now, certainly than we were in 2016 or 2018.
The big change from 2016 to 18 and now to 20 really started with the critical infrastructure designation that allowed all these federal partners to come together in a way that we'd be able to better protect our election infrastructure. And I think that really is the key to all of this, which is information sharing, making sure that information is shared amongst agencies, but also to the state and local partners as well, the folks that are actually running their own networks, their own infrastructure. And so that's where EAC comes in. We have relationships. We're building those relationships with the state and locals to make sure that they understand the information that's coming to them from their federal partners, and that they realize that they're part of the solution too. Feeding that information up to the federal partners is how this all works. It's not just keeping those information notices in a silo and keeping them at the local level. It's a sharing up and down the stack to make sure that the infrastructure is protected, because it may not just be an attack that happens on a single state or a single county. That might be happening other places. And if we're not sharing information, then the partners don't know that coordination may be going on.
Yeah, just to build off on what some of the other panelists have said, for me, the biggest change has really been that level of coordination and support with state and local election officials. As many people know, when the critical infrastructure designation was made in 2017, there was a lot of resistance, understandably, from state and local election officials and skepticism. And we sat there in 2018 and had relationships with all 50 states, had information flowing. We're deploying Albert sensors. We sit here now on the brink of 2020. We not only have Albert sensors, so intrusion detection sensors deployed across networks in all 50 states. We have an ISAC, an Information Sharing and Analysis Center, with close to 3,000 state and local partners receiving information, pushing information back to us. We're now deploying endpoint protection in many of the states and across localities to have additional insight. But really, that ability to coordinate across the federal government and push information back down to the state and locals has improved so much. The federal government, I think, is working in a way around election threat information that I don't know that it did around other issues. We are able now to take information, and state and locals are sharing all kinds of reporting with us and push it across the interagency, the folks that you see sitting up on the stage here, and then push out alerts and warnings through the ISAC broadly to the community. And that's just a function that wasn't there certainly in 2016 and is really being honed and improved upon from 2018 to 2020 and that broad reach. And so that ability to really work with the election officials to understand risk, our risk understanding is much deeper than it was 2016 or 2018, to the point where as COVID has developed and kind of changed operations within elections offices, we've been able to be responsive and understand where the risk is shifting and try to help gear our support, our information sharing to understand that risk shift so that they can take appropriate steps to mitigate that risk and really ensure the integrity of the election, and then turn around and message it to voters. And I think that's a theme you're going to hear throughout this conversation, really reaching that last step of talking to voters about their options, about how they can vote, about the process, and security is really critical in an environment when we know adversaries are trying to undermine confidence in the process.
So part of what we've learned, which stems from the problem, and a lot of what the solution has been the designation of this as critical infrastructure, the federal collaboration. I mean, the fact that a panel can like this happen, where this isn't the first time you're all meeting each other. You all know each other pretty well, right?
Yeah, I was talking to Bryson earlier that I've been on panels before with people from the government who are all working the same issue, and then you're meeting the person right before the panel starts. So when Bryson reached out and said, we're gonna have a panel on election security, and I asked, okay, who's gonna be on it? And he started ticking off names, and I'm like, okay, I talk to these people multiple times per week, or sometimes every single day, or multiple times a day. So it really just shows like how deep the collaboration is. I spent a lot of time in counterterrorism. You think that's a mission that, and it is a mission that the government rallies around, but election security, I feel like it's blown it out of the water in terms of how much we all talk to each other.
Right. I mean, there's no better example than that this panel is a representation of what's already happening. This panel is not the thing that is driving it, right? We are capturing a moment in time of what's been accomplished. If we had tried to do this in 2016, we would have been spending the last 30 minutes all shaking each other like, so where do you live? What do you do? What exactly is that? Tell us about the Midwest, Matt. Like, we've never heard of these things. Sorry, that was a Chicago. Okay. And how information sharing isn't just sharing information, right? But it's the fact that the information is being shared so that missions are being executed. Things are happening with it, right? Those risks are being assessed. Those actions are being taken. And then as I really like the way you phrased it, Joe, right? We're playing the away game, which I'll translate that for everybody. No, actually, why don't you translate what the away game means?
Yeah, so let me translate the away game at the end. I mean, if I could just talk about the collaboration and the relationships. And, a good example is like the rehearsal that we did on Super Tuesday. And so look, I'm in the Army. I've been in the Army a long time, just like Dave. You know, I spend a lot of time in the CT fight and, you know, a lot of times in panel rooms in places like Afghanistan. And, you know, we operate out of these joint operation centers, right? And in the joint operation centers, we're sitting in there, as you can imagine, we love flat screen TVs, a lot of flat screen TVs on the wall. And as you know, unmanned aerial vehicles are flying around and other collection assets, all that data is being pumped into the room where you're immediately able to make sense of it and then make decisions, you know, allocating resources, sending forces, doing what. And, you know, Super Tuesday, if you walked into the room that we were using as a mission center, you know, you would have seen Cybercom personnel, you would have seen NSA personnel, and you would have looked in a chat room, and almost every organization that you could imagine involved in the federal government is in a chat room. Okay, and they are talking about in almost real time, if something goes on state election infrastructure in North Carolina, you know, there's an unclassified chat going up to DHS, who drops it in a classified chat room. You've got analysts from NSA and Cybercom and other government agencies immediately combing their databases and then almost instantaneously providing information back that says, hey, this is something you should be concerned about, or this is just normal traffic that we see on any day on the internet. It looks anomalous because we're paying a lot more attention to it right now because there's this thing called Super Tuesday going on. You know, at the same time, I've got defensive cyber elements that are sitting in things we call war rooms, and they are waiting on a call. You know, if there is something that happens that DHS needs help with, you know, they are trained, they have collaborated in the past, and we're ready to kick a team out. Additionally, we have elements that are sitting over in other op centers, okay, and they are prepared if we see an adversary that's attempting to do something to interfere with that election. You know, we have the ability to play the away game. And so we have the ability to go out in foreign space and look at what you're doing. And we have the ability to make you stop doing that. And that's really the focus of what I think the federal government looks like, from the local and state level all the way up through the national level to the Department of Defense. And, you know, for me as American, honestly, that was a pretty impressive experience.
If I could you know, take a slight turn from that, I think it is important to call out the collaboration that we have in the government, but I think the other evolution that's occurred is the engagement with industry here, right? I'm sure we have a lot of people who aren't, you know, working for the federal government dialed in here, and I think that's been a major component of the shift in posture we have for election security. I mean, it's awesome when you're reading about, you know, disinformation networks being pulled down from social media companies. Obviously, the cybersecurity companies really focused on election threats and trying to hunt down, you know, adversaries and what they're up to. You know, we can't do this mission without them and without industry help from state and local election officials, but also the cybersecurity companies, and how we can, you know, feed off each other. You know, we learned from what industry is putting out, and hopefully, you know, we're providing value add in what we're putting out, so people can, you know, leverage that in the systems and insights they have. Right? You know, industry has a lot better insights than the government does in a lot of these cases, so they're a critical partner in this fight for sure.
And I think that taking that a step further, even that individual level collaboration, you know, not just a big corporate or a company collaboration with the federal government, but people who call in suspicious information because they're worried about it, and they call DHS, they call FBI, they call any of us, and they are calling because they're worried and they want to do the right thing. And because those people call, the majority of the information that really we're able to get to state and locals since 2016, it's been because people called us. They've said they were concerned about something. We looked at it and we said, you're right. And we got it out to everybody. So there's this element of that, like that corporate industry responsibility and collaboration. There's the federal government collaboration, but there's that individual collaboration too with all of us that it really is working well together.
Yeah, Bryson, if I can just really quick on that. I think Cynthia raises a really good point, and it's appropriate here. Just the fact that there's now a guide for coordinated vulnerability disclosure for state and local election officials. In 2016, as a member of the election community, I can tell you that was not a known commodity or something that they were even considering. And now we're progressed where folks like Jack Cable, who I know was on before, have built relationships with election officials, helped them understand the value vulnerability disclosure and working with independent researchers and security experts in that way. The fact that private industry within the elections community is rolling out vulnerability disclosure policies and engaging in that conversation, not something that was going on in 2016. And so the multiple avenues of information, the multiple avenues of collaboration are really encouraging. I think we have ways to go. I think there's lots of room for improvement, certainly on the federal side to help coordinate on that. At the state and local level, increasing capacity, the ability to intake and resolve and mitigate those vulnerabilities. But it's a drastic improvement from where we were even 4 years ago, and really speaks to the professionalism of state and local election officials in particular, who care deeply about the security of this process and their systems and want to find ways to improve and talk to their voters about the steps they've taken to secure it.
Yeah, this industry and this community has really matured very quickly compared to some others, and I think it's part due to events like this, like Defcon, where researchers are coming together, talking about, what's going on, where are their vulnerabilities, what are some ways we can fix it, taking a look at other industries like telecoms, aviation, things like that, and getting those best practices, out of the way kind of quickly. And as Matt was saying, it's because individuals care. And I think that's probably the biggest part of this that I want people to take away from this, is that elections happen in communities. I think that's what really, what it comes down to, is everyone gets a sense of how important it is at the very local level. And then all that builds up to build, a sense of national urgency and importance about the issue. And to see the election officials really, get on board with this idea that they are part of the defense network to make sure that we don't have interference playing, in our elections, and to see them, get educated on the issues and really try to convey their own sense of confidence in their systems, because they know what goes into running an election. It's not all just about cybersecurity. There are administrative tasks they need to do. There are other tasks that some of them are even, responsible for. And so, they care deeply about elections. They want to make sure that everyone who votes has a level of confidence that they can feel when they go into the polling place or when they mail in their ballot.
So follow-up question to Maurice and to Matt. This follows from a question from Neil McBurnett. And it is, we're talking to a very unique audience today, right? They are citizens of the world. They're American citizens, but they're hackers. Right? This is the immune system of the internet that's there to figure out what works best. And here's the thing. They're doing it today in the voting village. They're doing it on the technology. We talked about industry involvement. We have individuals willing to take their time to actually dig into the technology itself to understand what works and what doesn't, because that gives us better trust in that technical implementation of the system. And so the full question here is, when would we start potentially having a prerequisite for entrance to the VVSG certification process, that election system vendors adopt good vulnerability disclosure policies as called out today, so make them widely available for penetration testing?
I'll take that, since the EAC is in charge of the development and the approval of the VVSG. So those are guidelines that are used by states. And it directs the manufacturers to meet certain requirements so that they build their systems in a way that is accessible and secure and usable. And so I think the idea of a vulnerability disclosure policy being part of that would really just be the codification of industry best practices. Now, the manufacturers know that they are in competition to help bring a better level of security to these systems that are in use. And so I think that that's already happening. We've seen the fruits of that labor already. It did need to come from a federal agency to help the process along. So to answer Neil's question, it's already happening. And so, as the industry continues to mature, I think that we'll see more and more vulnerability disclosure policies. And I'm hoping that, you folks out there get interested in this sector and actually use them. Find that legal way of doing the research and then reporting it responsibly to make sure that the problems actually get fixed. This isn't about, a big bug bounty that you're going after. This isn't about trying to embarrass anyone. This is about strengthening our democracy, literally through strengthening our systems.
Yeah, Bryson, just to add a little bit, Maurice really tackled the meat of the issue, but I agree. I mean, we have had several vendors, election system vendors, come through our penetration testing process, what we call our critical product evaluation process, up in Idaho. We have seen the private sector embrace that. Now we're starting to see, I think, the fruits of the work of not just the voting village, but the private sector companies to understand the value, and frankly, the marketplace dictating that improved security, steps towards coordinated vulnerability disclosure processes are going to be good for business. And that's why you see a reflection in progress being made. The private sector is hearing from customers, is responding, and I think we'll continue to see progress made on that level. I think one step we need to take, and I know the EAC takes this very seriously, and states need to be thinking about it too, but to the extent it involves equipment, whether e-poll books or voting systems that they certify, you have to be ready to respond and adjust certification quickly, adapt to those type of processes. So I think we have a maturing to do sort of in the bureaucratic lane to make sure that we can support the private sector as they're changing and evolving and accepting this approach, that we support them in our certification processes and the way that systems need to be fielded.
So that all ties back to then what is the threat? China, Iran, Russia have been mentioned. How are they a threat? What are they doing? And are they the only threat that we need to be worried about?
So I'll start with that one. I would say those are the main threats we're facing. Again, I think ransomware is like one of those wild cards out there that could be wielded by anyone, in theory, criminal actors, et cetera. So I think you could probably say more to that. So for Russia, I think in terms of an evolution, what we've seen, we talked about the Internet Research Agency, what they did, and kind of the social media accounts and the troll farms. In terms of 2020, we've seen a shift more towards use of proxies. I guess I should maybe say intermediaries when we're in a technology crowd instead of saying proxies. Using, again, I mentioned before, laundering information through other individuals into the media space. The IRA, seeing them shift tactics. They had set up something in Africa and Ghana in terms of trying to, having people there trying to put stuff online, posting things about socially divisive issues, using covert influence websites to be able to get their narrative out. That's kind of a shift of tactic we've seen from the Russia side. China, I think scale is something that is a bit unmatched in terms of them as a threat, both from a cyber standpoint and from an influence standpoint. Certainly on influence, they've been very active in their region, Taiwan, Hong Kong. Them becoming potentially more aggressive in the U.S. space is something that we need to monitor and be prepared for. But in cyber, for the China cyber threat, they're a little bit different in terms of the scale and the breadth of the targets they go after. Right? It's like every U.S. citizen is a target of China just because of the big data, PII that they're interested in collecting. Obviously everyone's familiar with IP threat, besides just the standard intelligence type targets. So I think that sets them uniquely apart. And then, Iran just getting into the game too, right? In terms of, them trying to do social media influence and learning from what the other adversaries are doing.
Yeah, so, Russia, I would offer everyone you should read the report that came out from the State Department a couple of days ago. 77 pages, called The Pillars of Disinformation about the various sites operated by Russia. And just ask yourself, why in Russia, a country where few people read or write English, do they continue to put out a tremendous amount of English language news on these French news outlets, that really involve divisive issues that are U.S. facing. And so, again, a tremendous amount of platforms that the Russians invest in. CNN ran a great news expose in April of 2020 about organization that Dave referenced. So 18 trolls in Ghana, led by a guy named Sec Wyman, who grew up in Ghana, educated in Russia, and appears to have been on the payroll of the Prigozhin network. So again, it's about a 7-minute watch. CNN did a fantastic job, and that can just provide you some insight into in what the Russians are doing there. And then, you know, when we talk about private industry, you know, whether it's Facebook, Google, Microsoft, you know, there are dozens of articles about how these technology companies have identified this malicious behavior on their platforms that they're able to link back to the nation state adversaries, Russia, China, and Iran. And so, you know, I would tell everybody that there's a ton of stuff out there. You know, I know when we talk to Cybercom and NSA, we want to focus on that classified cyber box, but I'll tell you, there's a tremendous amount of great information already out there on the internet that can provide you a lot of insight. You know, as Cynthia talked about, you know, we, you know, the U.S. government, you know, for you experts that are out there, you know, if you see suspicious activity, tell DHS, tell the FBI, you know, we, the government, will do something about it. You know, if it's a domestic threat, those organizations will address it. If it's a foreign threat, they'll tell us. And I don't mean they'll tell us like 6 months from now. They'll tell us that day. They'll tell us early the next morning. You know, we had an incident the other night that, you know, occurred at 1:42 in the morning. And, you know, about 6 o'clock in the morning, we had cyber teams looking at the activity. And so, again, for you experts out there, you know, you know better than anybody else if something is weird is going on the internet. And I would just ask you to share that, and we, the government, will take action.
Yeah, I'd say too, just from a cyber aspect, because I know we're talking to a lot of the hacker community, you know, leveraging trust relationships, you know, it's a common technique, right? So, you know, some of these networks that they might be interested in are very well defended, just like the DoD, right? But, you know, companies sometimes outsource their marketing departments. There's other soft targets out there, think tanks, that could be lucrative even from an intel perspective. You know, think tanks do policy work for you know, politicians. They have contacts with elected officials. So, you know, sometimes going outside the bullseye. And again, a lot of this is common techniques, exploiting publicly known CVEs, you know, password spraying, spear phishing, you name it. You know, they're using Shodan, they're using Burp Suite, they're using those tools. They can get access to a network that maybe isn't inside the bullseye, leverage an account, leverage a network connection to get into the target they're going after. So.
I think that's an important point, that and that type of targeting hasn't really stopped, you know, from 2016 on. So spear phishing, or looking for those networks that might be connected to the targets that they more desire. That's been continuing pace, and I mean, we're tracking a lot of incidents even right now. And the good news with all those incidents is we haven't really seen any widespread impacts from those. But it's interesting because you know, tracking a lot of incidents can feel scary, but it also gives me a lot of, it makes me feel better almost, because I know that we're detecting every tremor. And that means we have a lot of false positives that we follow up on. I'd much rather that than not knowing things are out there. But it also means we have a fuller picture. And, you know, part of that fuller picture, as Dave mentioned, is on cyber criminals, and not just ransomware, you know, other types of incidents as well, and actors as well. And we really have to be on guard, not just if it's coming from Russia or China or Iran or a host of other groups, but a threat to an election network or a campaign network is a threat. And we need to be able to be really flexible in addressing that, and getting in front of that head on, so that we can make sure that come election day, we're not dealing with a lot of pop-up threats, and we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out really what happened.
Yeah, I think that the nexus of cyber and the cyber threats and influence threats is a dangerous space. I mean, we know about hack and leak and how that can impact, you know, potentially you know, the voter populace and their opinions. But, you know, we were just talking before this panel, I think, in terms of, you know, using influence to make people, you know, distrust either the electoral outcome. So you could have a ransomware incident in a local network that actually doesn't even impact like the elections counting or any of that, but someone could then spin an influence campaign when that gets reported to make people think it has had an impact and then not trust the results, right? So that's one of those things that I think is worrisome, even if, you know, a cyber attack doesn't actually have a measurable impact in terms of, you know, the conduct of the election or the voting tallies. But, you know, if someone's able to take that and then try to spin off an information, you know, operations campaign from it, you know, that's something that we need to be aware of.
That point I'd just like to drive home is that it's not just about, you know, what actually happened, where votes actually change. That's incredibly difficult to do at scale in a way that's undetectable. But if you can put that message out there that causes people to question, and then their local election official picks up that phone call and they don't have a good response for it, that can be just as damaging. So that's why at EAC, we feel so strongly about making sure that local election officials have the tools, have the training that they need. So we partnered with the Center for Tech and Civic Life to actually provide that basic intermediate level of cybersecurity training so that they understand, you know, why is it important to have two-factor authentication? You know, what does it mean to actually have a password manager so you're not reusing your passwords? These are all basics that most folks that are watching us right now are thinking, how can anybody, you know, not know how to do that? But if you've never been taught that, or if you don't have an understanding of the impact of that, then it might be too much work. But once you understand how much bad stuff that can actually prevent, you recognize it's actually not that difficult. It's actually pretty easy to use if you are familiar with the tools. And then it gives you the confidence to stand up and say, you know what? Yeah, we heard about the ransomware, or maybe we got hit with some ransomware, but you know, the town down the street, but we're ready. These are the things that we're doing. We're also doing some other things we're not going to talk about, but here are some of the big things, the high-level things that we're doing to be prepared so that if we do get a phishing email, we know how to spot it, we know how to stop it, we can recover you know, from those backups if we actually do get hit with it. And so I think that's why it's so important that the local election officials have a level of confidence that they can then reflect back on to their voters when it comes to elections.
Yeah, just real quick on that, Maurice raises some really good points, and it's why we spent a lot of time at CISA on something we call the Last Mile Project, which is literally a poster project offering both risk assessment and then mitigation advice to the local level, almost 6,000 local jurisdictions, specific to their state and their jurisdiction, so that they can not only take the steps, whether it's multi-factor authentication or penetration testing or phishing campaign resilience or creating incident response plans, which we've really focused on, but then can go and talk to their voters. And we've seen some cool approaches to this. We saw one state, the state of Iowa, take their posters out to the state fair so that they could talk to their voters directly about steps that they were taking. We saw the state of Rhode Island work with their libraries to put it up in the library system so that they could talk to voters through the libraries about this. And in the end, you know, I think Dave raises a really important point. There's resilience to cyber intrusion, resilience, and the ability to recover from incidents. But then there's the resilience that we need to install in talking to the American voter. You know, we need voters that are prepared, right? That understand their registry. Am I registered? What's on my ballot? What are my voting options, particularly amongst COVID, so that they can have confidence on how they're going to engage the process. We need a voter that is patient, that understands that perhaps election night results won't be as complete as what we're used to in a given jurisdiction, and that the accuracy of the vote count is the most important thing, regardless of the time it takes. And then we need a voter that participates, that engages. We need, 250,000 or more poll workers across this country in preparation for November in the midst of COVID, when we have poll workers that are going to be unwilling to work either because of their age or high risk nature. So having people engaged and participating. The reality for those folks that are listening, no one told me anyone would be listening to this, so now I'm a little worried. But anyone that is listening, go sign up to be a poll worker if you want to understand the process. Matt Blaze hits this every time, and he's exactly right. If you have questions, if you have concerns, if you want to help secure the process, start off by being an election worker. You're not going to get turned down. We need you. And it's the best way to learn where the resiliency exists in the process, where improvements can be made in order to get involved. If you can't be a poll worker, if you can't take on that risk, there are opportunities to watch pre-election testing of systems. We run elections at the local level so you can participate directly with those who run the process. So go get your questions answered, go engage with them and see what kind of support they're in need of, in particular serving as an election worker. It really is the best path to doing this and the best way to learn the process. But if we can have voters, the voters are our last line of resilience, as Director Krebs says. They're the ones that can really ensure responsive resilience, a resilient process when attempts to undermine confidence are there.
There is no such thing as a secure system, right? We never hit a plateau where it's like, oh, we're good. We can all pack up, go home, and take the next year off. So quick question from a lot of interested citizens who want to get involved ties to the fact around, okay, so you talk about detection being a key part of that secure system. Where exactly are they supposed to go to figure out where to say something?
Well, you can go to your local FBI field office. You can go onto FBI.gov and find out contacts, or contact our FBI Cywatch directly. And you can go to multiple other agencies as well, because what we've really said is a call to one's a call to all. And that's how we are ensuring that there's that kind of information sharing across the board here.
So there was, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Cynthia's exactly right. You know, first of all, if you know something within your community, engaging directly with the local election official is really critical to help understand, did you actually find something, or is this something they're aware of otherwise? The second part is engaging with your state officials. They're prepared to take it on. They're the ones that know the process, know their systems, can talk to the vendors if it's a vendor issue. And then the ISAC exists for exactly this reason as well. There's an avenue, and it happens fairly commonly, that if you report to the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing Analysis Center or directly into CISA, we now have the points of contacts that we didn't have in 2016 to be able to get valuable information to state and local election officials so that they can take action on something that's identified. So there are avenues. Again, the state and local officials know their systems. They're the best prepared to mitigate a problem. But if you're not finding success that route, that the ISAC, CISA, FBI field office are available to help you get there. And understandably, some folks may not want to go to the federal government, which is why the ISAC really offers a nice, safe place to begin that reporting.
I'll offer up EAC as well. You can send an email to security@eac.gov. Obviously, we have connections with all the manufacturers. If you're having trouble with a particular manufacturer, or having trouble with a particular agency or your local official, and just not getting the response you want, we're happy to help facilitate that conversation.
And just from a cybercom standpoint, one of the big changes for us is, you know, we historically had been focused, you know, working inside SCIFs. And one of the things that we've really done in support of 2020 is, you know, we have organizations now that live outside SCIFs. They're on NIPRNet or unclassified internet. You know, they're in Slack channels. They're talking to FBI. They're talking to DHS. They're talking to private industry partners, and they're, you know, they're living in that same ecosystem that many of the folks that are listening to this presentation are. And so we have really tried to adapt some of our behavior so we're able to, you know, in real time collaborate with our partners across government, you know, on a little different time schedule than would be a traditional military one, because I know most of you are probably not up at 5:30 in the morning doing physical training.
So Bill Evanina, the director of the National Counterintelligence and Security Center, just recently put out an official statement today talking about the very threat that we're covering here. But all of the threats were basically laid out in an equal manner. Would you say the threats are equal? Which one would you say is the biggest and why?
Well, I don't think we need to take any of the threats lightly, right? I think the statement in terms of what you saw out there, it lays out how each adversary is approaching the problem. Certainly, you know, Russia, China, Iran, they all have intent, and they all do activities, you know, that they think are advancing their best interests here. So, you know, I don't think I would say like one is scarier than the other per se. Certainly, some of these adversaries are a bit more experienced at this in terms of the amount of time they've been working, you know, doing operations. But you know, from our perspective, you know, I care about all those threats. I take them all seriously because, you know, again, some of the stuff is very cheap to get into and to execute. So, you know, I wouldn't do a value judgment on those personally.
I couldn't agree more on that, and I think that it's really important to remember that our threat picture is always informed by what we collect, what we know, and we don't have perfect pictures sometimes too. And how we really have to approach all of this is like, what could be the effect from these various groups? What could happen closer to September, October? Because it still is a few months away, and we need to be prepared for a lot of different things happening within that. And kind of foot stomp again, it doesn't just have to be the big three. It can be other non-state actors or criminal groups and the like that are going to undermine people's confidence in our system. And really, if you ask me what the biggest threat is, it's these kind of constant drumbeat or influence campaigns that are going to make people feel like they're less confident in our system, and that could lead people to vote less. And that's really where I stay up at night.
Hey, Bryson, just real quick, everyone in the Fed room actually has to take a drink because a Fed said foot stomp. So that's actually one sip for everyone in the Fed room.
Thanks. Foot
Cheers.
stomp. Matt, I can't help but feel like you're cheating the system a little bit because you don't have a drink.
Oh, I've been drinking this whole panel. Don't worry, I'm good.
Hey, put up or shut up. Show us your drink.
Yeah, it's in a water bottle, but it's vodka.
So we're coming close to our end of time. So I want to ask a final sort of grab back questions to each of you. And you have about a minute to respond. So you'll have to be quick. You get a non-internet connected wand, magic wand that you can wave. What is your one
blockchain wand? Is that the magic?
It is, yes, that is how it is wireless, but wired. And with this magic wand, you can have one thing happen for your agency instantaneously. Don't, this isn't reality, right? This isn't, oh, if only I could get that $20 million to fund that. This is, what do you wish from a process perspective? Tied to that then is, okay, so 2020 is almost written. The mail-in ballots start in a month. People start voting, those start happening. 2024 is our next big one. What is one good thing and one thing we really need to worry about in the future in 2024?
See, I feel like I drew the short straw being right next to you. I
like you the most.
Okay. So thinking about what I really wish we had more of is I wish we had more people right now with the cyber skill set that we could hire quickly and get them on, so that we could just expand our scope and scale and speed at which we're addressing threats. And I think that goes towards, we're putting so much of what we have against the election, and I feel really good about where we're at on it. But what does that take away from some of the other, does that delay other work? And that, that worries me. And I'd like us to know that we have the people coming to us that want to do the right thing, that want to protect America and have those skills necessary to be able to help us in that. As I look towards 2024, what I want to keep. So I hope we keep the collaboration and the focus alive. Kind of in my opening remarks, I gave a real quick overview of what the FBI does, but part of it is part of that, focused on cyber investigations, looking at influence. We developed the Foreign Influence Task Force, and that effort, I think, has really helped us focus on, it's not just a cyber issue, it's not just a criminal issue, it's not just an influence issue, like seeing how it all works together, internal, getting the China people to talk to the Russia people, to talk to the cybercrime people, and looking at it as a one thread. That's new within the federal government to really consider it in that space, and I want to kind of keep that moving forward. I think that, yeah, that's. Did I hit all your questions? You asked like a spectrum of a few of them here. So, but yeah, and I hope we all stay in touch after we put this in our rearview mirror. So.
If you don't stay in touch, then the next panel is going to be more awkward.
I think the wand answer is pretty easy for me. You know, perfect insight into adversary intent and operations is obviously a great thing to have. So,
Dave, you're not supposed to say that you don't have that.
So I mean, that's just going to inform our activities moving forward. Hitting a little bit on Cynthia's point and going back a bit to a comment I made before in terms of working counterterrorism, a lot of times you're fighting the last war, right? You know, if someone tries to blow up a plane with printer cartridges, like the government swarms to figure out how to stop that, but then the adversary moves on. You know, this same thing here. We've seen adversaries, you know, evolve. We've seen new adversaries come in. So there's always, you know, worry about, you know, what you don't know. But what I'm confident in is that we are positioned, a lot better positioned now for agility in terms of responding to these threats because of the systems we've set up, the partnerships we have. That is certainly something for 2024 we need to keep building on and not losing sight of it. You know, when new problems come up, you know, not making sure this remains a focus. I think the Defcon voting village is very important to keep this running. We need people's help. From NSA specifically, you know, we are investing a lot more in the white hat brand, excuse me. But you know, NSA Cyber Twitter account, please go follow it. You're going to see more good stuff coming out of that. But you know, continuing to build upon that's going to be a critical thing we're going to invest in moving forward. I can't tell you how excited some of the people were in our building, like late May. The cybersecurity advisory on the GRU, on the mail vulnerability, seeing, you know, at least, you know, 5 different cybersecurity companies take that information, pivot on the indicators in their own data sets, figuring out new things that, you know, we didn't even know about, you know, to uncover more of adversary operations. So, you know, that got people excited with building, and that's something we want to do more of. And again, just hitting on that critical partnership and that dynamic of us, you know, using each other's information and building, you know, the security of the enterprise, raising all those. It sounds kind of Pollyannish, but I think it's really, really important.
Hey, Bryson, if I could wave a magic wand, I would wave it and we would get COVID-19 under control. You know, I just got to tell you, there's great collaboration, but we could do so much more. You know, we could do so much more with our partners here. We could do so much more overseas if we could get the pandemic under control. So please wear your mask and help us do that. For the second piece, you know, where do we see this in 2024? You do get to ask the questions, but I get to answer the question I want. So, you know, I would rather focus on 2020, right? 2020 is not a foregone conclusion. We can have a safe, secure, and credible election. You know, as an American people, we need to mobilize. You know, there are thousands of smart people, extraordinarily technically capable, that are watching this session right now. Please go work at polling stations. Please talk to DHS. Please talk to the FBI. Again, you know, we are all in. We've got thousands of people that are going to work every day in order to support a safe, secure, and credible election. And I would just ask for everybody's help to do that.
I like your magic wand answer. I really do appreciate that. It gives a greater sense of where we all are in the world today. If I could wave my magic wand on EAC, I'd say that we would be doing better to get the VBSG more flexible and faster responding. So this idea that if we can get you researchers interested in election infrastructure and discover those vulnerabilities, report them responsibly, and then we can get the manufacturers to patch and get those out in the field in much faster turnaround, I think we'd be in a much better position. We're working toward that. It's still a process, you know, that takes some time, but I think we can get there by 2024. And just to recognize that the federal elections are every 2 years, but locals are running elections every few weeks. And so there's a bigger stake at play, because every election that's run is a chance to show that we can do democracy right. We're going to keep doing it, and it's done, you know, very well most of the time. It's just those few times where there's those hiccups, you know, that we have some trouble, and it starts to erode that confidence. So the better we can get at getting those patches, the much better off the whole system will run.
Yeah, so the magic wand, I got 2 answers, I think, and I had the advantage of time, which is useful. The first is if there was a way for CISA to push out service agreements or whatever the case may be to upgrade election systems, not just voting systems where most of the focus goes, but election systems, including workstations, off of outdated and unsupported software. I absolutely want to do that. You know, it's not just Windows 7. We're talking older, and it's not that the local election officials or state officials don't want to upgrade. It's that they lack either the IT support or resources, and I'd love to be able to give that to them. The second is getting to 100% auditability across the nation and having efficient, effective audits for 2020. We're going to be upwards of 92+% of auditable records, but we need good, efficient, effective audits that are transparent. I mean, Neil McBurnett asked a question earlier. He's making it his mission in life to get to this, and I so appreciate it. If we can provide that public, that transparent auditing process, efficient and effective, I think it would be a real success. Looking forward, there's something in elections called the election wall, where you literally lack the ability to look past the next election. You try, and you don't even know what life looks like beyond that. But if I had to really, push myself through that, it would be increasing the amount of support resources, and I don't just mean money, to state and local officials to help them meaningfully manage the risk to their systems. And really take some of the innovative steps that they want to take that they're unable to either because of a lack of IT support or resourcing that otherwise would allow them to serve voters. And then finally, I know I'm cheating, but a more resilient American public, a deeper understanding of how elections work, a deeper understanding of what their options are, how ballots reach them, or how they can interact with the process, and then how we reach our final certified elections. Again, that prepared, patient, and participating voter is everything as we look at 2020.
I feel the same way, Matt, as a village organizer for Defcon, that I can't look past this weekend. So thank you to all of the panelists for sharing what your organization's been doing. I have to say it makes me feel a lot better understanding the level of collaboration, the transparency on the fallibility and the improvement, and very much looking forward to what we can do. We are all citizens, and our voices should be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
This year, we're compiling audience feedback on the Voting Village speaker track. If you have comments or feedback on any of our speakers' presentations, please reach out via Discord or email us at votingmachinevillage@gmail.com. Further details can be found on Discord or via Twitter at Voting Village DC. Our next keynote speaker is Senator Ron Wyden. He is one of the foremost defenders of American civil liberties in the US Senate and a tireless advocate for smart tech policies. Years before Edward Snowden blew the whistle on the dragnet surveillance of Americans, Senator Wyden warned that the Patriot Act was being used in ways that would leave Americans shocked and angry, and his questioning of NSA Director James Clapper in 2013 served as a turning point in the secret surveillance of Americans' communications. Since then, Wyden has fought to protect Americans' privacy and security against unwanted intrusion from the government, criminals, and foreign hackers alike. He has opposed the government's efforts to undermine strong encryption, proposed legislation to hold companies accountable for protecting their users' data, and authored legislation with Rand Paul to protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights at the border. Senator Wyden is a senior member of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the top Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee.
Hello, Defcon. As my late mother used to say, I know I'm running with the right crowd now. Last year, I was able to attend Defcon in person, and back at that time, you could do that. I'm proud that I was the first United States Senator to speak. Now I'm proud to be the first United States Senator to speak remotely at Defcon. Last year, I was able to walk around the voting village and see hackers, young and old alike, taking voting machines apart. They were learning and teaching each other. I even saw one voting machine on which hackers had installed the video game Doom. I sure wish Mitch McConnell could have seen that. He'd have a lot harder time pretending that everything is just fine with election security. I bet there are a whole lot of bad guys around the world who want to install their own version of Doom on our voting machines, except their version would be a lot less fun and it wouldn't be a game at all. A month before last year's Defcon, the House of Representatives passed a historic election security bill. It was called the SAFE Act. I'm proud to say that I wrote portions of that bill, including parts of the bill that require risk-limiting audits for all federal elections and created mandatory federal cybersecurity standards for voting machines, electronic poll books, voter registration databases, and election reporting websites. The SAFE Act reflects the consensus view of election security experts. That includes people from the Defcon community who have said loud and clear that safe and secure elections depend on hand-marked paper ballots and routine risk-limiting audits. While the House did its job and passed a good election security bill, our efforts to secure election reform has been stalled in the Senate. Stalled because of Mitch McConnell, who's made it clear that he is going to block any election-related legislation. Because of COVID-19, the world seems like it has turned upside down since last year. One thing has stayed the same. Mitch McConnell still won't do a thing to make our elections more secure. Last year, the top threat was electronic voting machines. They're still a problem, but now I'm especially concerned about internet voting. The coronavirus pandemic has presented extraordinary problems for state and local administrators and for American voters who justifiably don't want to have to put their health at risk to vote. But it has also been a huge opportunity for snake oil salesmen peddling insecure internet voting technology. These companies have gone out and preyed on state and local officials who are desperate for options during this pandemic. And what the snake oil salesmen have essentially been selling is kind of magic beans, promising that voters with disabilities and our men and women in uniform overseas can vote securely using their smartphones. As this community knows, election security experts have been so clear that internet voting is not secure. Internet voting is dangerous and it's a threat to American democracy. The allure of secure internet voting is obviously understandable, particularly for officials who haven't had training in cybersecurity. I'm sure you all by now have heard somebody say, well, if the tech companies can figure out a way to allow people to securely pay their bills online or transfer money from a smartphone, why can't they figure out the problem of internet voting? Coincidentally, this is similar to what FBI officials have said about encryption backdoors. Their view is if America can put a man on the moon, why can't our technology companies build encryption backdoors that are secure against China and Russian hackers and allow law enforcement agencies to go after the bad guys? What's needed, though, is for government to make sure that you don't see bad ideas advance. And on both topics, I turned to actual cybersecurity experts, to cryptographers and computer scientists who've made it clear that secure encryption backdoors and insecure internet voting are both beyond the realm of the possible right now. The experts just don't know how to build these things safely, no matter how much government officials want them to exist. So let me talk for just a brief few minutes about one internet voting company named Votes. This company convinced West Virginia to allow the use of their smartphone voting app. After a pilot in West Virginia, the company expanded to Utah, Colorado, and my home state of Oregon. That's when I really started digging in to what this company was about. The first thing I learned is that Votes had never been subjected to an independent audit. The company was going out and about telling election officials that it had passed several audits with flying colors, but it never told those officials that the audits had been handpicked and paid for by Votes' financial backers. The people who conducted the audits had no experience at all with election security. Officials in Oregon relied in good faith on the fact that they thought that Votes had been audited. But state and local officials will tell you they're not cyber experts. They don't have graduate degrees in cybersecurity, and so they didn't understand the difference between the bogus audits that Votes had passed and a rigorous independent audit by experts. Of course, audits don't need to be a fancy official thing. This community has demonstrated that individual researchers, college students, hobbyists can discover important security issues outside of a formal audit. In 2018, a University of Michigan student, as part of a class project, decided to examine Votes. That student was looking to see if the company's security claims held up. The company's app called Home, when the student tried to examine it, is what was considered. As media reports have confirmed, the company reported this directly to the West Virginia Secretary of State, who then called the FBI. However, what hasn't been reported is the fact that Votes did not believe that hackers in China or Russia were attacking West Virginia's elections. The company's CEO told my staff that he reported the incident to government officials specifically because the University of Michigan is home to researchers who have a long history of criticizing voting technology companies. Let that sink in for a second. The company reported a college student, a security researcher engaged in good faith security research, to the government because the company had reason to believe that the researcher might be critical of the company. This is absolutely outrageous conduct. Security researchers perform an enormous public service by volunteering their time to find and report problems. I, for one, would prefer that the first person to find a security problem in a voting system used in real elections is a researcher working in the public interest and not a hacker working for Russia or China. Companies should be rolling out the red carpet for independent researchers, including the Defcon voting village, instead of trying to bully them as Votes did. Thankfully, Votes' scare tactics were not successful in scaring away other researchers. Earlier this year, a team from MIT conducted a thorough audit of Votes' product and found it riddled with basic flaws. That not only proved that the company's security claims were false, but that the company's prior hand-picked audits were a farce. I commend the team at MIT for showing yet again that internet voting is dangerous. This November, Americans will vote in what I believe is the most important election of our lifetimes. And since Mitch McConnell has blocked several of my bills to secure our elections from cyber threats and ensure that every registered voter can vote safely in this pandemic, let me close by mentioning just a few of the security issues that concern me the most. E-poll book failures, particularly failures by states in checking voters in a polling booth, have repeatedly failed, leading to lengthy delays for in-person voting. There are no federal cybersecurity standards for these devices, and I remain deeply concerned that e-poll book failures, whether caused by malfunctions, human error, or cyber attacks, could result in major problems. Internet voting. While most officials now seem to realize that votes is insecure snake oil, 31 states continue to permit overseas and military voters to return marked ballots by email, fax, or over the internet. As far as I'm concerned, this is the weakest link in our election infrastructure, as voters and election officials have no way of knowing if these electronically transmitted ballots have been tampered with by hackers. In close races, email ballots can be the deciding factor, which is something that should worry everybody. Election night reporting websites. There continue to be no cybersecurity standards for reporting websites, despite the fact that a hack could create massive chaos by misleading the public about the election winner. Years ago, hackers went after reporting sites in the Ukraine, so it's not like this ought to be a surprise. And finally, I'm worried that Donald Trump and his new political hack of a postmaster general are gunning for the U.S. Postal Service. They want to make voting by mail less reliable, slow down election results, and allow Donald Trump to make baseless claims about the election being rigged. So there are plenty of security issues for all of us to stay up late at night. But there are still reasons for hope. First, the fact that all of you white hat hackers are willing to spend your time trying to make our elections safer is, in my view, an enormous asset. I've been so impressed by the energy and creativity of the voting village and the young people who are working with Alex Halderman and Harri Hursti and Matt Blaze and everybody who makes this possible. Second, there seems to be a gradual acceptance by the government and some vendors that security researchers are not the enemy. Initiatives like the University of Chicago's Elections Cyber Surge, which aims to connect hackers with election officials, sound like promising ways to bring expertise to those who need it. I'm also encouraged that the Cybersecurity and the Infrastructure Security Agency put out a very thoughtful guide for how election officials can work with security researchers when it comes to identifying and reporting vulnerabilities. And God forbid I say anything complimentary about election vendors like ES and S after they lied to the public repeatedly about the security of their products. But the fact is, you do see them at Black Hat just 2 years after they asked the Senate Intelligence Committee to investigate the voting village. That's a pretty stark contrast. Everybody is better off if government and election vendors see security researchers as a resource instead of a threat. So it does give me some measure of hope that even though Donald Trump and too many in Congress still refuse to take election security seriously, that there are people doing good work to make a difference where they can. And believe me, our elections need all the help they can get. And I just want to close by making it clear that we are going to keep up the fight for better election security in Washington, D.C. And my view is that political change doesn't start in Washington, D.C. and trickle down. It basically bubbles up when the grassroots, particularly when it comes to technology, do the talking. So don't stop fighting to secure our elections. Our democracy depends on it. And good luck to everybody in this crucial, crucial cause.
This year, we're compiling audience feedback on the Voting Village speaker track. If you have comments or feedback on any of our speakers' presentations, please reach out via Discord or send us an email to votingmachinevillage@gmail.com. Further details can be found on Discord or via Twitter @VotingVillageDC. Our next presentation is from Chairman of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, Ben Hovland. Chairman Hovland was confirmed by unanimous consent of the U.S. Senate on January 2nd, 2019, to serve on the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. Chairman Hovland also serves as the designated federal officer for the Technical Guidelines Development Committee. Chairman Hovland's 20-year career in elections has been shaped by his commitment to improving election administration and removing barriers to voting. Most recently, he served as acting chief counsel for the U.S. Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, where he was a driving force behind Congress appropriating $380 million in Help America Vote Act funds to enhance election security to the states in 2018. While at the Senate, he focused on the federal government's role in election administration and campaign finance regulation.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Hovland and I'm chairman of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission, or EAC. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this year's virtual Voting Village. I wish I was able to be there in person. Last year, I certainly enjoyed the experience and saw a real step forward in the dialogue and discourse around making our elections more secure. I'll jump into that more in a minute, but for some background, I wanted to start by talking about the EAC and what we do. The EAC was established by the Help America Vote Act of 2002, or HAVA, which was Congress's response to the Florida 2000 election. The EAC is an independent, bipartisan commission charged with ensuring secure, accurate, and accessible elections by developing guidance to meet HAVA requirements, adopting voluntary voting system guidelines, or the VVSG, and serving as a national clearinghouse of information on election administration. The EAC also accredits testing laboratories and certifies voting systems, as well as administers the use of HAVA funds. We are a small agency, which you might not know by the attention we get. We certainly try to punch above our weight class as an agency with one of the smallest budgets in the federal government. But as an agency, we are committed to providing helpful and up-to-date information to promote the continuity and integrity of election administration, despite new challenges such as COVID-19 and cyber interference. In FY20, the EAC received a budgetary increase from our all-time low, and as an agency, we focused on investing these precious resources wisely in a way that would help the elections community. I'm pleased to be able to tell you today that a number of our new initiatives are already underway and hopefully already making an impact. As part of our efforts, the EAC launched the Cyber Access and Security Program this April to provide access to security training, best practices, expertise, and other assistance for election officials and their IT staff. An important part of this program has been the addition of staff who have a range of experience in the cybersecurity and elections fields, including years of expertise in software development and security analysis. The program partners with public and private security experts with a goal that election officials will have access to the most up-to-date and best-in-class information available through the EAC's clearinghouse. One of the Cyber Access and Security Program's first projects was in response to a concern we'd heard from election officials about the volume of cyber expertise and recommendations that were being developed around the election space and how it would be helpful to have an organized repository. The EAC's election security preparedness page is designed to be a one-stop shop for election cybersecurity guidance. It includes resources from federal agencies, nonprofits, academia, and local election officials. These resources include the work of a number of individuals associated with the Voting Village, so thank you. The page was recently updated with new guidance on security topics that have developed since the 2016 election, and it's been reorganized to make the information easier to find and use. In addition to pulling resources together, we've recognized that many of the great resources that have been produced only realize their full benefit if election officials have a solid foundation to view them from. With that in mind, in June, the EAC announced online cybersecurity training offered at no cost and developed specifically for election officials through a partnership with the Center for Tech and Civic Life, or CTCL. The online training consists of both video and written materials separated into 3 modules: Cybersecurity 101, 201, and 301. This is self-paced training, and it provides foundational knowledge on cybersecurity terminology, best practices in election offices, practical applications, and communication around cyber incidents. We hope this is a resource that can benefit any local election official and their staff. We've been promoting it to local election officials, and you can too. This is available to every state and local election official in the country at no cost through May of 2021. So far, nearly 200 state and local election officials who are responsible for running elections for millions of voters and their partners have completed this training. We plan to continue to focus on training efforts going forward, particularly if our funding trend continues. I would also mention that later this month, we're launching both a risk management and a crisis management online workshop for state and local election officials. Along those lines, we'll be hosting a joint effort with CISA, an online risk management tool, allowing election officials at the local level to easily measure and mitigate risks to their specific environments. Finally, our cyber access and security team is updating materials currently posted to the EAC website and is working to develop new material related to vulnerability disclosure programs, social engineering mitigation, and other education efforts. Another area our cyber access and security team has been working on is non-voting election technology. Not the best name, but an area of great importance when it comes to securing our election infrastructure and maintaining public confidence in the electoral process. First and foremost, I think we all recognize that when you look at the cyber risk profile of elections, that non-voting election technology like e-poll books, election night reporting, and statewide voter registration databases are all potential targets. This is not a secret. Everyone's been talking about this since 2016, and in fact, there have been a number of bills introduced in Congress to try to do something about the fact that we don't have standards or a certification program for this type of technology, even though some states do. We know, however, that the nature of these systems don't necessarily lend themselves to a voluntary voting system guideline style certification program. With that in mind, the EAC has partnered with the Center for Internet Security, or CIS, in a number of states to pilot a technology verification program focused on non-voting election technology, including, as I mentioned earlier, electronic poll books, election night reporting websites, and electronic ballot delivery systems. This program is called the Rapid Architecture-Based Election Technology Verification, or RABIT-V. It relies on a risk-based approach that allows rapid verification of manufacturers' security claims. The RABIT-V pilot program supports agile software development with a verification process that anticipates and supports rapid product changes. Goals of the pilot program include incentivizing high-quality modern design of IT systems, updated in smaller, more manageable cycles that reduce costs of verification and re-verification, with more reliable and consistent outcomes for the purchasers of these systems. I'm excited about the prospects of this pilot, but no matter what, I'm confident that we'll learn more about how to think about these technologies and can apply those lessons moving forward. We're committed to expanding the EAC's clearinghouse function to include information and best practices around non-voting election technology. And speaking of voting technology, certainly there's nothing more central to the EAC's mission than the voluntary voting system guidelines. The VVSG are the benchmark for voting system usability and security across the country. Unfortunately, the standard that is primarily used was written over a decade ago and therefore preceded many of the more recent technical innovations that we see in other areas of our lives. The update process for the VVSG is very public and technical. We received over 1,600 unique public comments on the draft principles and guidelines. We heard from industry stakeholders, voting advocates, and members of the public. I'm hopeful that the VVSG 2.0 is on track to be approved by the end of the year. In order to meet that deadline, the EAC is working on several parallel paths addressing the VVSG 2.0 technical requirements, test assertions, the testing and certification program manual, and the voting system test laboratory program manual. So we've got our work cut out for us, but again, we're pushing through on this, and we're working on all of these areas right now to try to get it done by the end of the year. You know, speaking of the end of the year, as we look at the 2020 election, you know, certainly it's important to look back at the 2016 election and where we've come. As I look at the elections community, it's certainly come together and made tremendous progress since 2016 and the first voting village at Defcon in 2017. The EAC regularly collaborates with partners at the federal, state, and local levels. Earlier, you heard from some of those federal partners at NSA, CISA, and FBI. We also work with the National Association of Secretaries of State, National Association of State Election Directors, and local election official organizations to help reach the nearly 9,000 local election officials across the country. Today, election officials are better educated about cyber and physical threats to their systems and have access to resources to better help defend those systems. Manufacturers of voting equipment are also changing their behavior. They are reporting and sharing threat intelligence, opening up to researchers via bug bounty programs, and working with the EAC to issue critical software patches much more quickly. And so certainly, you know, it's hard to think about elections right now without thinking about the upcoming 2020 election and the impact of COVID-19. Certainly that's why this voting village has been done virtually, and COVID-19 is presenting unprecedented challenges around our country, and of course, the election administration community is facing real challenges in determining how to best conduct elections in this environment. At the EAC, we've pivoted substantially to focus our attention on how we can support state and local election officials as they learn from their primaries and make tough decisions about the general election. Between the CARES Act, election money, and the earlier Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2020, EAC has distributed about $825 million to the states this year to assist with federal elections. And we know this funding will be crucial because of the additional expenses related to running elections during the pandemic. For most jurisdictions, that means running the largest mail or absentee ballot election they've ever run, but also having safe in-person options as well, which means social distancing in the polling places and personal protective equipment being available. And so in ways to address that, we have, since April, we've held public hearings. We've also hosted a number of Zoom videos or web chats where we've brought together experts from the elections field to discuss these best practices and lessons learned on relevant topics to running an election right now during the pandemic. We've heard about challenges and lessons learned from ramping up vote by mail and heard very practical examples and success stories, as well as pitfalls and how to avoid them. Because each state runs elections somewhat differently, each response to this pandemic has been somewhat different. With the changes to the election process, you know, we know that creates an environment that could be taken advantage of for misinformation or disinformation. So certainly that is an area of concern, an area that we need to continue to work on. As you know, we've seen the dates of primaries change. You've seen processes and procedures change. You know, there will be different polling places because some are not available. Maybe they were in somewhere like a senior center that's no longer available. And so efforts like the National Association of Secretaries of State's Trusted Info 2020 effort will be even more crucial. And it is to the degree that folks from the voting village and other communities can help promote state and local election officials as that trusted source, pushing out that information that we know is accurate and helping to combat disinformation is going to be crucial this election year. And speaking of ways for the voting village to help out, we know there's plenty of work to do and more work that needs to be done. Election officials, like I mentioned earlier, absolutely, working around the clock to adapt to the COVID environment, certainly can use assistance, as I mentioned before, on misinformation and disinformation, but also, researchers, one way to help is to responsibly engage with election officials and manufacturers. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, recently published a guide to vulnerability reporting for Americans' election administrators. It walks election officials through the steps of establishing a vulnerability disclosure program so that researchers don't end up having their bug reports ignored or having their activities reported to the FBI as hacking attempts. Another way to help this year is to serve as a poll worker and reaching out to your local election official to see if you can sign up. Matt Blaze has promoted this for some time, and I certainly appreciate his poll worker recruitment efforts. But this year, poll workers are needed more than ever. It's never an easy thing to recruit poll workers, but we've seen a significant dropout with COVID-19. Obviously, in a pandemic, it's a personal decision about serving as a poll worker, but if you're able and willing, that is desperately needed. In fact, the EAC is announcing that September 1st, we're going to push National Poll Worker Recruitment Day this year to try to help election officials around the country get enough poll workers. By encouraging more people to become poll workers in their communities, National Poll Worker Recruitment Day aims to address the critical shortage of poll workers, strengthen our democracy, inspire greater civic engagement and volunteerism, and help ensure free and fair elections in November and beyond. While the specific duties and compensation vary depending on location, poll workers are the face of the election during voting. Most jurisdictions task election workers with setting up and preparing the polling location, welcoming voters, verifying voter registrations, and issuing ballots. Poll workers also help ensure voters understand the voting process by demonstrating how to use voting equipment and explaining voting procedures. Poll workers with technical backgrounds are especially important in jurisdictions where newer voting equipment will be used for the first time, and voters may need a little extra assurance to become comfortable with the new technology. I hope to see you in person at next year's Voting Village. In the meantime, if there are ways the EAC can help or recommendations you have for us, please reach out. Let's keep the conversation going. And again, one last time, if you can do it, please consider serving as a poll worker. Thank you.
This year, we're compiling audience feedback on the Voting Village speaker track. If you have comments or feedback on any of our speakers' presentations, please reach out via Discord or send us an email to votingmachinevillage@gmail.com. Further details can be found on Discord or via Twitter at Voting Village DC. Today's final presentation is from Washington Secretary of State Kim Wyman. Secretary Wyman is Washington's 15th Secretary of State. First elected in 2012, she is serving her second term and is only the second female Secretary of State in Washington's history. Prior to being elected to this office, Secretary Wyman served as Thurston County Elections Director for nearly a decade and was elected Thurston County Auditor from 2001 to 2013.
Hello, I'm Secretary of State Kim Wyman from Washington State, and I want to first say thank you for inviting me to be part of Defcon 2020 and share a little bit about Washington's experience with vote by mail and the challenges that we have with election security and how we've tried to overcome them and how we're preparing for the upcoming August primary and November general elections here in Washington State. So I'm going to real quick share my screen and walk you through kind of what Washington State has done to prepare for the 2020 election cycle and how we are dealing with all of the things that are coming at us in 2020. So first and foremost, I'm pretty certain each one of you has been very aware of Russians trying to hack into the election system in the 2016 elections. And I've been an election official for many years and have watched this kind of progression that we've had in the election community for election security. And in the 1990s, we instituted cutting edge technology like using the driver's license information to register voters and put election night results online. And from that moment to today, election security has been something we've been aware of and have worked really hard to try to make sure our systems are secure. And I think right up until 2016, most election officials felt pretty good about the level of security that we had in our industry. Today what I want to do is share with you kind of what Washington State's election system looks like, how we inspire public confidence in our process, and what our kind of triad of election security is, and then talk a little bit about the impacts of COVID-19 on our election system and, quite frankly, the nation's election system. So I got into election administration in the 1990s, early 1990s. And I can tell you, when I started in this field, my goal was to become an elections expert, to learn and understand how the election process works and to be able to conduct elections in a secure and accessible manner. And then the 2000s, that evolved because suddenly the demands on our system were so great that we had to rely on technology to be able to produce election results quickly and to serve our voters well by providing a lot of information on the internet. So we now suddenly not only had to become an elections expert, but also had to be an IT expert and understand at least how systems work and how to use technology in a way to help us oversee our election systems. And about the time I started feeling like I knew what I was doing in the IT world, and I say that because I'm just dangerous enough to know how to use technology, but certainly not to any of the levels that any of you are. But by 2016, it became very apparent that not only did we need to be election experts and understand IT systems, but we needed to know how to secure them. And cybersecurity for the last 4 years has certainly been front and center in election administration. So let me start kind of with the basics of why I think the United States election system is very secure, just because of the decentralized nature of it. So when people think of elections, I think oftentimes they think of the that there's some sort of national election administration, when in fact, it's a really decentralized network made up of 10,000 election officials nationwide who, like me, are either appointed or are elected to office They take an oath to uphold the Constitution and laws in their state. And I think the overall strength of this system is that no single person or group has total control of the overall operation. Whoa. And so when you get down to election systems in each individual state, and I bear with me here, I'm having a challenge operating my own PowerPoint system. You have the same similar threads. We have a decentralized system here in Washington, and each state is going to be different and unique. And Washington is certainly one of 5 vote by mail states, but I think you can look at the individual makeup of each state and know that this decentralization is actually happening within the states as well. So here in Washington, we have the Secretary of State, myself. My office is the overseer of elections in Washington, and I'm the Chief Election Officer. I have the rulemaking authority to put into effect rules that adapt our laws that our legislature passes. So this is how counties implement the day-to-day operations on the ground. We manage a statewide voter registration database and oversee the election initiative and referendum process, as well as do election night reporting. We do voter outreach and education, and we certify and train our election officials, as well as the election tabulation systems that are used in each of our 39 counties. Our system is decentralized in that 39 county election officials are the chief election officials in their county, and they are elected. They oversee the voter registration processing and the management of elections in their counties. So they're the ones who are actually issuing ballots and operating the tabulation systems and any kind of other tech like ballot sorting equipment or the actual facilities that process ballots. They also provide voter outreach and education to their voters and manage all of that information, usually through social media and their web pages. Now, I imagine most of you are aware that in 2016, the federal government designated elections as critical infrastructure. And this is significant because it put us on the same national security level as the power grid or the banking system. And so what it has done in our state, it is really helped us reinforce what I like to think of as our triad of security for Washington and our vote by mail system. I forgot to mention that earlier. In 2011, Washington State became a vote by mail state. And at that point, every single one of our counties had to conduct elections entirely by mail and mail out a ballot to each of their voters. So this process didn't happen overnight. We really started back in the 1990s in allowing any voter to be a permanent absentee voter, which meant they received a ballot every election. And that evolved to the early 2000s when we had the closest governor's race in the country's history. And following that and following a lot of things that went wrong, both at the polling place and in the absentee balloting, we determined that we couldn't do both elections well. And the legislature allowed counties to move to vote by mail voluntarily. In 2005, many of the counties in the state did move to vote by mail, but it still took our state 5 years to completely become a vote by mail state. And that's because it took time to get the equipment and facilities to really provide for processes and procedures that we could conduct elections well. So, which is what leads us to the triad of security for Washington vote by mail elections. So there's 3 real pieces to this, this election model. It's the physical security, the logical security, things you would just do innately, and the digital security that we provide. So let me start by just talking through kind of the physical security elements that are inherent in a vote by mail election. First and foremost, I think the strength is that we rely on paper ballots. Even the ballots that are issued in a vote center and voters use an assistive device to vote them, all of those ballots are paper ballots that are printed by those machines that the voter actually does mark and are processed. So we can always go back to those paper ballots and do a risk limiting audit or a full recount if we need to really inspire that confidence that voters need to have in the election results. We have ballot drop boxes here in Washington State, in addition to the blue mailboxes provided by the USPS. These ballot drop boxes are throughout the state, and they're managed by our county election officials. We have about 470 of them statewide, and they open at the beginning of the voting period, which is 20 days before Election Day. Anytime they are emptied by 2 employees of the county. And I know that sometimes they try to have that be a Democrat and a Republican when possible, but they are staff that are employed by the county and take an oath to uphold the laws and the procedures and policies for the county. So they are held accountable for that processing. They lock and seal those boxes, and they do that with individual numbered seals that are actually logged and kept track of too. So pretty much all of the steps I'm going to talk about are what we use to build an electronic and physical audit trail that we have in place in case we ever get into a recount or a situation where anyone is calling into question our processes. We can go back and show which employees had access to which ballots at any given time. And we have dual control environments throughout this. So it's just really important that those audit logs and dual controls are in place to inspire confidence again. This is true throughout all of our election processing facilities as well. We have secured storage for ballots and ballot materials that involve physical locks. In some of our counties, it may be key card access. Servers, the server room, for example, for ballot tabulation equipment is in a secured room and has very limited access, and again, is log or key card controlled. So we have a record of anyone who has access to it. And then we have security systems and key card access throughout these facilities as well, to just have that physical layer of security on top of any cybersecurity elements that we have in place. The second, I guess, group of security measures are those sort of logical ones, things that just make sense. Of course, the first one would be that our tabulation systems aren't connected to the internet. And I know this is something that came under fire in the last few years nationally, but our county election officials have made sure that their tabulation systems not only are air-gapped from the internet in every way, but there's no modems operating or even installed in those systems, and that any connection that needs to be made with the vendor or with election officials is done on site in that air-gapped environment. We have a real love of transparency in elections, and certainly that holds true in any processing facilities or courthouses across our state, that all of the activities are observable. We like it when it's bipartisan, when we have Democrats and Republicans overseeing that process. We actually ask the local county parties to appoint observers to come in and represent each of the parties. If that can't happen, and of course in the COVID-19 environment, that's becoming a bit of a problem for just space reasons. Our county courthouses oftentimes do not have a lot of extra space in the smaller counties. So a lot of counties have used their security money to install cameras that run 24/7 during the voting period, during that entire 20 days, and then the 20 days or so after when we're certifying the election, so that people can watch it online from the safety and comfort of their home, but also have that transparency, so you can show that we're not trying to hide anything or do anything kind of under the table. Ballot reconciliation is a really important part as well. This would be, counting the number of ballots that are received each day in the mail, and then through the process, reconciling them and being able to show whether a ballot was counted that was issued to a voter or not, and if it wasn't counted, why it wasn't. And the only people that can reject a ballot are our bipartisan canvassing boards. We also have election night reporting, and we have fail-safe measures and checks and balances that my CISO told me to say is out-of-band communication verification. And what we do on election night is counties are uploading their results to our state election night reporting system, and we compile those results for offices that go across county lines. And we take that initial file that they send us, and then we verify it by a fax or an email that is sent by the county as well separately, to just make sure that the information that we're putting up online is accurate and is the way that the counties reported it in the first place. So all of these systems, this logical element of our election security is really just trying to create that sense of transparency and provide a lot of checks and balances, both physical and electronic, that make sense and are easy to explain to the average voter so that they can understand what it is we're doing. Of course, the final leg of that stool would be the digital security. And for us, we really started working on this probably 5-10 years ago by modernizing our election system. And now we have a highly segmented network system that employs multi-factor authentication for all of our users. We have really tried to increase and expand our user training and outreach to just make them aware of cybersecurity issues and the things that they need to do to make sure our overall system is secure. And we've done robust testing, and that happens on an ongoing basis. And as all of you are aware, it's a constant battle to stay ahead of hackers and people trying to get into our system. So I think just that user awareness has increased in the last 4 years on a level and a scale that we just weren't doing before 2016. We're currently a part of the National Sensor Network, and this is not only the state system, but counties across the state are part of it as well. And we built and have created a dedicated election security operations center that is in my office, but it also supports the 39 county election offices, because what we found is that many of the smaller and medium-sized counties are lucky if they have an IT professional for their entire county, let alone in their elections division, and let alone a cybersecurity expert. So this partnership has also helped us have good communication and training with those election officials and do assessments in their counties that help them strengthen their system as well. We also played an active role in the critical infrastructure build out of the election sector. So these are all kind of the key parts of our system. And I think that critical infrastructure designation also allowed us to create partnerships with our own state CISO and CIO, but also our Washington National Guard, who is a very strong cybersecurity team, and they've come in and done assessments and monitor our system and give us feedback and ways to improve our system. They've also helped us do tabletop exercises and trainings for our users, which again just continues to raise the awareness level and preparedness level of our election officials. We've worked with them also to build out our continuity of operation plans, which have obviously a digital component in the security of our system, but also how are we going to not only detect and defend our system, or protect and defend our system, but how are we going to detect an intrusion and recover and respond in case that does happen. We've also worked with the State Auditor's Office, Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI with similar threads to those activities. So we've been focusing on all of this for the last 4 years pretty intently. And as if that wasn't enough, in the early part of this year, we had to throw in a global pandemic because, why not? So Washington was in the middle of our presidential primary when COVID-19 began to spike, and we started having the first deaths in the country actually for COVID-19. And it did affect and impact our March 10th presidential primary. We were on track to have turnout of about 60%. And the weekend right before Election Day was when COVID really started spiking and the governor started to issue stay-at-home orders. So we ended up with a turnout of 49%. And I think we're running about the third highest in the country for presidential primary turnout. And a lot of that has to do with vote by mail, because our voters were still able to drop ballots off and didn't have to go into a polling place or a vote center on Election Day. We've seen, of course, across the country, presidential primaries canceled or postponed. There has been incredible interest nationally on vote by mail, and I've given many talks and been on panels and talked to media about our experience here in Washington. And what I can tell you is that our state is, well, we're implementing a primary right now. Our regular primary is on August 4th, so we'll be in the middle of we're right in the middle of processing ballots for that election and certifying it. And of course, we're gearing up for the general election. And my colleagues across the country are doing the same in their states, trying to expand absentee voting or vote by mail as best they can because Congress hasn't allocated money. And as if that wasn't enough, you know, the USPS is in financial distress, and Congress has just allocated an additional $10 billion of potential loans. So we're hoping that they remain stable between now and November. I think they're going to, but the USPS is a critical element for elections this year across the country because so many elections offices are expanding voting by mail. To give you kind of perspective of how significant this is, if you look at this map, the states in blue are the states that at the end of 2019 were already vote by mail, including Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, and Hawaii. As you can see, as you move east in the country, fewer and fewer states either are vote by mail or even have access to absentee voting. And so the grayer or the whiter the states as you move east, those are going to be the states that have the hardest time moving to expanded absentee usage and vote by mail because they don't have the systems in place, high-speed ballot sorters, envelope openers, even just the physical space to socially distance and process those ballots as efficiently as we can here in Washington or the other 4 states that do vote by mail elections. So we're trying to help those states gear up, and they're working very hard to expand that capacity and capability. And I think you're going to see a hybrid model across the country, including my state here in Washington, of voting at home and voting in person, because even here in Washington, 1 to 2% of our voters will vote in person. So it's going to be a heavy lift, but election officials are working hard to make sure it's going to happen. And in that environment, of course, we introduce the politics, and it's bipartisan. I like to talk about these things in terms of bipartisanship, but we have Republicans on the right, certainly the president and Senator McConnell and some of their associates who are concerned about voter fraud. And on the left, we have members of Congress like Senator Wyden and Senator Klobuchar, who are really trying to expand vote by mail access and voting at home. And unfortunately, out of the White House and Department of Justice, we're hearing about voter fraud on a level that is implying, and he's point blank said that there's going to be rampant fraud and vote rigging. And, you know, this is the environment that election officials are operating in and trying to inspire confidence in. And so I say that because we're seeing success stories already in the primaries that have been held in the last month or so. I think Kentucky is a great example of the innovation that election officials are trying to bring to the COVID environment and make voting a safe experience, whether you have to vote in person or at home. So you can see in these pictures, these are things that happened on election day in Kentucky. They had a huge shortage, as we are seeing across the country, of election workers because many of our election workers are senior citizens who are at highest risk for COVID-19. So they adapted by just making these mega polling centers, and I think this was right in Nashville, excuse me, not Nashville, right in Lexington, I believe it's where these pictures are from, where they made massive vote centers where people could come and socially distance and receive their ballots, and they were able to process those ballots well. The other thing, of course, is I was talking about is election officials in our state have ballot drop boxes throughout the state that are secured, that are serviced daily by pickup or the USPS mailboxes. So, you know, what we're really trying to do, I think, here in Washington, I know we're doing here in Washington State, I think what we're trying to do across the country is provide voters options and make sure that those are secure options that they can believe in and try to inspire confidence in the elections. And so I'll leave you with the biggest thing that I'm concerned with all of the partisan chatter about voter suppression if we don't have universal vote by mail or voter fraud if we don't have complete poll site voting, is really dealing with the misinformation and disinformation that are out there, not only from the president or from members of Congress or whoever, but from foreign actors like Russia. We have a national movement, national hashtag TrustedInfo 2020. And what we're really trying to do is drive voters to trusted sources like secretaries of state offices or county election departments or local election departments that are going to provide info that you can believe in and know is true. And, different jurisdictions have different other hashtags and taglines, like ours is "The vote starts with you," and really trying to empower voters to know where to go to get information on social media and online. So that is my PowerPoint, and I hope that gives you a good overview of some of the security measures and practices we've implemented here in Washington State. I'm sorry that we can't be together in person, but I guess I want to leave you all with a word of thanks for all of the work that you're doing to try to help find the vulnerabilities in election cybersecurity and giving us feedback so we can make the system better. I think as I look back a few years ago to a few early Defcon voting villages where you all pointed out some pretty hard truths, and I think that it was difficult for election officials like myself to hear, and our knee-jerk reaction was to push back and say you were wrong. And what I love about Defcon now, and what I understand more, is that we need to work together, and you need to help us find those vulnerabilities and give us tips on how we can better secure our election system, because at the end of all of this, no matter where we are on the political spectrum, no matter what job we have in this process, we need to inspire confidence in the public that our elections are accessible and secure, and that the election results are fair and accurate. And we look forward to working with you in the future. I hope in 2021 that you'll invite me back to Defcon and we can have these conversations in person. But feel free to reach out to me at the Secretary of State's office and here in Washington. My email address, because this is so old-fashioned probably to this group, is kim.wyman, that's kim.wyman, at sos.wa.gov, sos.wa.gov. So thank you so much for giving me time at the conference. I hope you have a great conference remotely, and we hopefully can be all together next year. So take care.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dan Weber, the Chief Executive Officer for the Election Integrity Foundation. That's the not-for-profit that is behind Defcon's 28 Voting Village here in safe mode. I'm coming to you live from outside of Quantico here in Virginia. And would really want to thank you for being part of day one. This kind of marks the end of today's speaker panel. And all the different speakers that we had today, I mean, it was amazing. We had both Senator Wyden, Representative Jackie Spears, Secretary of State Wyman from Washington. You know, it was quite a phenomenal day. You know, we really appreciate Martin Mikos's comments as well as others. And, you know, all the speakers spoke about the problem of making sure that there's not these signed legal disclosures, but really to make sure that it is more open, and the disparity between some of the voting machine companies and other things within the government, making sure how to appropriately go about reporting issues that are found within vulnerabilities and such within our election process. It really does take a village, and we really need to have the best and the brightest involved along the way. Honestly, it looks like from our perspective, we've been taking baby steps along the way, and there's a lot more that needs to be done. If you listen to Bryson Bort's Fed panel, and Bryson's obviously a good friend of the voting village. He's over there at the ICS village as well. But he really brought everybody back around, and it was great to see a light shone down upon all of the work that our government agencies are doing behind the scenes to try everything they can in their power, and everything that we're trying within us to make sure that votes are counted in the election. As I said earlier in the opening statements, really, it's up to us to make sure that people get out and they vote. And I'm saying voting is at the very core of our democracy. It really is the principle of how we make sure that there are elections. We also need to make sure that votes are counted so that there is a peaceful transition of power, and that people believe the votes at the end of the day. If you look at it today, there are now 18,000, almost 19, close to 19,000 now unofficial members of the Discord channel for Voting Village, and it's just the first day. So we all are taking it very seriously, and we're very much excited to bring you yet another action-packed day in day two tomorrow of the Voting Village. But guess what? We're not over yet today. It was really exciting for us that our friends at HBO, and if you've seen the movie, or I should say the documentary Kill Chain, an awful lot of Defcon's in there. We have the Dark Tangent, we have Mouse, and obviously my business partner and fellow organizer for the Voting Village, Harri Hursti's in it. My other partner, Maggie MacAlpine's in the video. It's just it really does take a village. I also want to point out all the extraordinary efforts behind the scenes of Mary Hanley in keeping us all on track so that, we could bring this to you today. Obviously, there's been a few little glitches along the way. It's our first time ever doing this in this era of the pandemic, but tonight, though, we can, and even all the way through Sunday evening at 11:59 p.m., HBO has opened up Kill Chain for you to sit there and watch on YouTube. Tonight at 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 11 o'clock p.m. here Eastern Standard Time, we're going to do Q&A. That Q&A, you can watch the the panelists, which would be Dark Tangent, Harri Hursti, Sarah Teal, the producer, and Maggie MacAlpine will all be available to watch on YouTube and Twitch. And you can go in and you can have interactive questions answered via Discord. So we're very excited to give you this opportunity on a Friday night, and we welcome your continued participation tomorrow, and appreciate all that you're doing and such. And by the way, we couldn't do all of this without the funds and such, and so go out there and visit our swag page, get yourself a Voting Village t-shirt and other things and such, and continue to help us bring not only the Voting Village but other voting and security education forward for the community through our Election Integrity Foundation. Look forward to seeing you guys all tomorrow. Thanks again.